Okay, here comes OLEI. And Sam, I think we've done everything on this side.
You're live.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, board members, for being in attendance for this study session for the March 2nd, 2021 board meeting. We have all of our board members participating. We also have Superintendent Madden and Business Administrator Kersley with us, Board Attorney Patrick Tanner, as well as Matt Smith and Brittany Powell. We just have an hour, so I would like to make sure that we get through what we need to in this hour. We are here for the purpose of discussing or studying and something that we talked about in January, an idea that was brought to us by Principal Smith and Principal Powell about extending SLCSD down to an elementary school option at Benyon Elementary. So that's the purpose here as we're studying this idea. And I want to give the time to the superintendent and to Matt and Brittany as we delve into this.
Okay, and I'm just gonna say thank you, Matt and Brittany, for being here. And I will turn it over to whichever one of you has your presentation. Is that?
That's Brittany, and thank you guys for having us back.
All right, I'll make you co-host, Brittany, and then I will just turn the time over to you.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, do you all see an orange slide? Perfect. Thank you so much for having us back to share additional information with you regarding our proposal from January. As we stated a little bit ago, I'm Brittany Powell and I'm the principal of SLCSD Rose Park. And with me tonight is Matt Smith, principal of SLCSD Bryant. We appreciate the opportunity to further share and discuss our idea. We've put together materials to both address questions that came up in the last presentation and to deepen the understanding of the vision of SLCSD Elementary. And we're happy to discuss additional questions that arise. As we shared at the beginning of our last presentation, our mission is that SLCSD students will become informed citizens and decision makers and build a strong academic identity through equitable access to rigorous hands-on curriculum focused through the powerful lens of science. These are the expected outcomes if we were to partner with Benyon Elementary. Increased enrollment in the Salt Lake City School District, increased equitable access to innovative elementary science education, reduced achievement gaps for historically marginalized populations, demographics in classroom, curricular, and enrichment experiences which reflect district demographics. What we mean by this last outcome is whether we're looking at participants on an overnight camping trip, involvement in a club, our annual Washington, D.C. trip, or competing in science or history fair, student participation reflects our school and district demographics. This often means strategically removing barriers which prevent students from accessing opportunities while also designing structures to support successful participation. Our vision for a SLCSD Elementary includes commitment to the following: increased time dedicated to science instruction, structure that facilitates cross-curricular integration, increased community partnerships to bolster real-world citizen science engagement, inclusive integrated classrooms that reflect the Salt Lake City School District, service learning, utilization of the outdoors for fieldwork and recreation, expansion of the University of Utah Wellbeing Team programming.
National studies indicate that students in elementary school spend an average of 19 minutes per week engaged in science, and less than 30% of elementary educators feel adequately prepared to teach science effectively. Additionally, systemic barriers to effective science instruction at the elementary level stem from prioritization of literacy and math, as well as a focus on high-stakes testing in those content areas, especially at schools that are already underperforming. Research shows that disparities in science achievement emerge early, and that programs and policies aimed at addressing these gaps need to target children during the early elementary and preschool years. Achievement gaps for underserved populations can be reduced through inquiry-based science instruction and the use of authentic hands-on science practices to develop conceptual understanding. Time spent on science would be a priority for a SLCSD elementary school, just like it is in our secondary schools. In middle school, we dedicate a period and a half to all science and math classes. In high school, we dedicate a double block to science classes and some math classes. Increasing teacher capacity for effective science instruction would be facilitated through ongoing professional development. Science instruction would be a student-centered endeavor in which students are asking questions, designing investigations, collecting and analyzing data, and constructing scientific explanations. The bulk of the cognitive load would be put in their hands. Student projects would be a frequent sight in classrooms. Kids gathered around the latest phenomenon, a piece of bark devastated by a pine beetle, as they try to unlock the mysteries of the natural world and work together to make sense of why an entire forest is dying out. Student-designed terrariums line the walls, engineered with the hope of sustaining life. Science fair season would be abuzz, with all students prepared to participate.
In this image, 6th grade students are learning about variability and the concept of mean absolute deviation by studying patterns of heat transfer using different materials as insulation. Cross-curricular integration is crucial for there to be more time to dedicate to science instruction. Increased science experiences would not come at the expense of time spent in other content areas. Project-based learning is how cross-curricular integration can happen. The skills and practices students are expected to utilize in science transcend all content areas. And we have 12 years of experience with project-based learning and cross-curricular integration. And there are many benefits of utilizing this approach. Cross-curricular integration allows students to learn content more deeply and authentically, rather than in isolation, which is not reflective of the real world. Students are then able to develop universal skills that transfer to other areas of learning more fluidly. This approach fosters critical thinking and collaboration because it moves away from surface level learning of merely memorizing facts. Project-based learning is a teaching method in which students gain knowledge and skills by working for an extended period of time to investigate and respond to authentic, engaging, and complex questions, problems, or challenges. This method pairs really nicely with cross-curricular integration. These opportunities for integration can include 2 or more subjects. Students may be engaging in hands-on inquiry-based science, and then supporting their thinking by reading about those scientific concepts, and then writing arguments with evidence or constructing scientific explanations. Many of our classes have utilized cross-curricular integration and project-based learning. Language arts courses here are often paired with social studies courses. This allows for fluid cross-curricular integration throughout the year. Students learn historical content and spend time reading and cultivating writing skills. Last year, our 11th grade students constructed understanding of the Industrial Revolution through a big interdisciplinary project that spanned language arts, social studies, and biology. They read a book called Ghost Map across their different classes, and then they were able to dig into the social constructs surrounding the historical cholera epidemic that's featured in that book. And then they spent time untangling the science behind the epidemic in biology, as well as other epidemics. Oddly enough, their study on epidemics wrapped up about a week before the pandemic hit last spring. And that department has done many other projects using a similar framework, but with different content. It has always been a sign of a great class when students were gathering up their materials and one would turn to another and ask, was that math or science today? Students were applying skills seamlessly between the content areas, and this gave them opportunities for authentic application, and it was engaging. It's also more reflective of how students will encounter concepts within the real world.
Partnerships are critical to the work we're able to do at SLCSD. Education is a community effort, and we are eager to work with the community to help students have access to rich learning opportunities. These partnerships often allow us to contribute to citizen science projects that add to important data banks. The photo on the left shows 10th grade chemistry students partnering with the University of Utah and the Salt Lake Water Reclamation Plant to investigate what goes down the drain. The photo on the right shows our statistics students working with Hawkwatch International to catch and band raptors to support tracking their migration patterns. These are just two of dozens of meaningful partnerships we have cultivated. These partnerships allow students to see themselves as scientists because they are doing the work of and with scientists. Lack of background knowledge and experiences are two of the major contributors to the achievement gap for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds. Community partnerships are crucial in providing meaningful experiences for students. These partnerships help us move past one-time field trips that may or may not connect with learning in the classroom and allow for ongoing learning opportunities that connect to classroom experiences over and over again.
Service learning has long been a part of the SLCSD experience. Students use their skills and knowledge to make an impact on the school, local, and global communities. Oftentimes, projects they undertake result in additional skill and knowledge development, as well as real-world application of concepts in order to have an impact. Whether 8th graders are buddying up with kindergartners to plan and do science experiments, high schoolers are hosting a science family night at a nearby school, or students are volunteering in our community bike shop, SLCSD students can often be found taking action to make a difference. Seniors spend time during their final year planning and carrying out capstone projects to give back to the community in some way. But service learning is not only for older students. Young learners can be empowered to identify problems within their own community and plan and carry out projects to make it a better place. These opportunities deepen student understanding of content, construct connections for new knowledge, build empathy and awareness of others, and cultivate connected and active learners.
Fieldwork provides context for many areas of science. Being outdoors reinforces the notion that making observations and posing questions is not limited to the classroom. Urban settings lend themselves just as well to developing these skills in young children. Students from low-income neighborhoods don't always have access to these experiences. When students drive up the canyon and explore geological formations or visit the Great Salt Lake and explore ecosystems, their world is made bigger. At SLCSD, we often pair fieldwork with recreation. Over the course of time, students at SLCSD will participate in many unique experiences. Snowshoeing while developing understanding of food webs and the fragile balance of ecology, kayaking to uncover the hidden world of microorganisms, biking to observe human impact and natural restorative practices, and so much more. These experiences allow students to better understand the natural world around them and how to enjoy the outdoors in a variety of ways.
Having an impact on academic achievement starts with student well-being. This begins with creating a culture where students have a safe place to learn and be, a community where they can truly be themselves. SLCSD is a small school community where we work with students to build this culture. It is a place where students are known and adults are looking out for you. Mental health has been a focus of SLCSD from the beginning. Early on, our counselors worked to provide access to mental health support. Together with the University of Utah, we have been able to remove barriers from students accessing mental health services and destigmatize the importance of addressing mental health concerns by providing 3-tiered supports for both student and staff. Our Tier 1 consists of integration of social emotional learning curriculum into content areas. The U supports us with curriculum development and professional development in order to increase our teachers' capacities in providing good, solid Tier 1 SEL instruction. All students participate in Tier 1 social emotional learning. Tier 2 consists of group therapy. They are able to run a variety of groups. Some of our groups in the past have included things like anxiety and stress, behavior modification, social skills, identity affirmation, and so many more. Our Tier 3 services consist of individual therapy. And all of these services during a typical school year, they happen right on campus. And Tier 2 and Tier 3 services are provided with parental consent. In addition to that, the well-being team is able to provide teacher consultation and support and parent trainings and discussion groups. And the University of Utah program that we work with has the capacity and are thrilled at the prospect to expand their services to potentially support an elementary school.
During our last presentation, there were some great questions asked about school demographics, our enrollment numbers, and how they impact other schools in our district. One of the original goals of SLCSD was to create a school whose demographics mirror our district. While our district has amazing diversity, when we look at individual classes and special programs, this diversity is not always reflected. Because of SLCSD's purposeful stance on creating and maintaining heterogeneous classrooms, the next two slides will outline demographics at the Rose Park and Brighton campuses to understand how diversity does not simply reflect who comes to our schools, but also how they learn at our schools. Over time, we have strived to maintain a diverse population, not only in our school, but also within every program offered. With the lottery system for charter schools, this has been a challenge. We intentionally put SLCSD in the Rose Park neighborhood to help narrow the opportunity gap for historically marginalized populations. The expansion with Bryant increased our ability to connect students with our programming who may not have ordinarily had access. This graph shows that there has been an increase in students of color accessing our programs over time as we have become more intentional with reducing barriers and providing detracked programming. In the 13 years on the Rose Park campus, we see that the Caucasian population has decreased and the Hispanic population has increased, thus bringing the demographics more in line with the district population as a whole. In this graph, we see how the demographics at the Bryant campus have changed over time. As access to school choice increased, diversity at Bryant decreased. Between 2008 and 2018, the percentage of Caucasian students at the school dropped from 41% to 19%. After the merge with SLCSD Rose Park in 2018, the diversity has once again become more representative of the student population within the SLCSD Bryant boundaries. Here we see the percentage of low-income students in our district, as well as a breakdown of each campus. When we examine the percent of students from low socioeconomic households, we see that the Rose Park campus has stayed fairly close to the district trend. Between 2008 and 2017, the percent of students from low socioeconomic households continued to rise. Once the Bryant expansion took place, Bryant's percent of low SES students started a downward trend, which reflects the increased diversity of the student population. Since 2008, the Benyon campus has been on an upward trend, which has held steady at 100% of low-income students for the last 3 years. This reflects a lack of socioeconomic diversity at the school.
In recent years, the district has experienced decreased enrollment. At the same time, the number of potential students living within the SLCSD Bryant boundaries has also declined. In spite of both these realities, SLCSD Bryant's enrollment has increased from 377 students in 2017 to 450 students this year. To increase Bryant enrollment, we solely focused on a call to return of in-boundary students. As you can see, when new admin came into place, there were 377 students. We implemented a teacher exchange along with the SLCSD model of detracking, teaming students, and increased science and math instruction. There has been an upward trending enrollment ever since. Since the Bryant merged with SLCSD Rose Park, the numbers of SLCSD Bryant students from out of district has tripled. This graph shows the effectiveness of our call to return strategy for in-boundary students. The number of in-boundary returning students are increasing, while the number of students transferring out of SLCSD Bryant is decreasing. The SLCSD Bryant campus has not put effort into out-of-district recruiting, and even so, that is on an upward trend. Since our merger with SLCSD Rose Park, our enrollment is up by 73 students, and 42% of those come from out-of-district.
There has been concern expressed about the potential impact that SLCSD Elementary could have on other district elementary school enrollment. When SLCSD Rose Park initially opened, there was similar concern, especially around the 6th grade. In reality, we have always had a few students from a number of different schools, and there was never a singular large impact. The enrollment data shows this to be true. The highest group was from North Star with an average of 6 students per year, while most other schools average 1 or 2 students per year. The bar on the far right shows students from outside the district represented a significantly greater enrollment source than any single elementary school. SLCSD Rose Park is not a boundary school and relies completely on recruiting. Here are the yearly trends of students attending SLCSD Rose Park from out of the Salt Lake City School District boundaries. What's interesting to consider here is that our Rose Park campus isn't a geographically convenient school for out-of-district students, and yet it has still been successful at recruiting those students. Benyon has a much greater potential for out-of-district recruitment due to its location.
There have been a lot of questions around the selection of Benyon for this potential partnership. Several years ago, at the beginning of the Bryant expansion, we tried to include an elementary expansion with Benyon. At that time, the superintendent told us we needed to stick with middle school to see how that went first. One of the downsides to our middle school expansion was that we no longer would have the space to support 6th grade on our campus, and this was a devastating hit for us. We approached Washington Elementary to see if they might be open to us hosting a 6th grade on their campus, and they were. When this idea was presented to the superintendent, she was not prepared to make the decision at that time. Despite the unfortunate loss of 6th grade, we moved forward with the Bryant expansion because it did allow us to double the number of students participating in our model of learning. We have demonstrated success in our middle school expansion and feel that the time is right to once again pursue the elementary option and returned to our original proposal of Benyon for the following reasons. We want the school to be a Bryant elementary feeder. There needs to be room to increase enrollment. It can't be a school without room to grow. The school needs to provide access to a diverse population. Because Benyon is within walking distance of Bryant, we can more easily do cross-campus work and have decreased barriers in that cross-campus work. Because of our strong and critical partnerships with the University of Utah, Benyon's proximity to the U is an incredible asset. The potential for commuter drop-off is excellent. Benyon is a prime location with its proximity to the U of U and downtown. In order for this project to be successful, we need faculty support. We have a letter from the Benyon faculty demonstrating their commitment to this vision. They have historically shown their dedication to innovation and STEM. They've adopted a school-wide coding program. They've had a robust STEM club, as well as an outdoor club to expand outdoor learning opportunities for students. For all of these reasons, partnering with Benyon is a good place to start this pilot. We have letters of support from a variety of stakeholders, including the Benyon community, Sarah Young, who's the USBE Director of Strategic Initiatives, and United Way. We have also secured funding to support the beginnings of these efforts. We have proof of concept this model works and that expansion can happen successfully. We have demonstrated there are innovative options to increasing student enrollment and strongly believe this would be a great pilot for the district. SLCSD's model is built upon dismantling systemic inequities through intentional detracking of students and providing access to rigorous curriculum for all students. This is about equity and supporting students in developing a strong academic identity. We would love to continue to expand this work. Thank you for letting us come and work with you tonight.
Thank you, guys. President Ford, if you'd like to.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Matt and Brittany. We appreciate you being here and for that presentation. This is certainly very exciting to be thinking about everything you presented. This is a study session, so I know that board members will have questions. It's a little less formal than our business meeting, so I'm going to allow board members to ask questions and jump in and let's dive into this topic and see how what we're thinking about it. Questions?
I'll go ahead and start us off if that's okay, President Ford.
Sure.
Certainly. Thank you, Matt and Brittany, for being here today and your presentation. I know one of the thoughts that I heard from community members relative to hesitation, there are a number which I think you covered as well in the presentation today. But another one was how neighboring or boundary schools might feel about the SLCSD Benyon piece, and if you've had a chance to do any engagement with school leadership in those schools.
Matt, I'll let you take the lead on that one.
Yeah, there's definitely some concern, and one of the things that was brought up multiple times, I did talk to several administrators from other schools and brought it up with a few of my peers to get their feedback on it. And one of the concerns is the declining enrollment in the district, and that it looks like the study shows that we're going to need to be closing some schools eventually. But that's if we don't do anything. That's if we don't bring students into the city, and I really think that we can. Definite support of the idea of allowing more innovation and innovative practices. Administrators would like to see that happen, that I've talked to. Anything specific that you would want me to speak to, Nate?
Nothing specific. I think that covers it for me.
I have some other questions, but I just want to follow up on Nate's question right now. Our enrollment has dropped as it was predicted to drop several years ago from 25,000 to 21,000 right now, a little bit less. And that was predicted to happen. Certainly the pandemic may have hastened some of that, but I don't see that we're going to get around realigning boundaries, or perhaps, as you say, closing schools by opening a few schools. The fact is that people in Salt Lake City are having fewer children, that people are not moving in with young children. And, there's a whole bunch of different factors that are affecting this drop. So I guess I don't think that we can recoup 25, actually it's more elementary going than older students. So it's probably 3,500 elementary school students by innovative programs. I think we should start innovative programs, but we're going to have to face the fact that our enrollment is declining because of several reasons, including the lack of family-friendly housing in new developments in Salt Lake City. Like I said, lower birth rates since the recession, things like that. So I guess I'd wonder how, I just don't see that the idea that we would go, that we can recoup all those students through a couple really terrific programs like this one is clearly going to be, by doing that. So that, I guess I'd ask you that.
I think that we should try, and you're probably right that we can't recoup all of them, but I think that we should give it our all to recoup as much as we can, and this I hope would be a step in that direction.
Most of the kids that are not going to Benyon, there's 70, I think, which if they were all added back would still make it the smallest elementary school in the city. But most of them are going to other elementary schools almost all of them, in fact, are going to other elementary schools in the city. So, I mean, to use an expression that our old business manager used to say all the time, isn't that just robbing Peter to pay Paul? I mean, we're just taking students from one elementary school, from some of our elementary schools, and then shuffling them into another elementary school for recouping. How many students, out of district students, attend Benyon right now?
Give me 1 second and I can find that. There's not a lot.
Because tripling that is not going to add that many either.
Well, I think we would be aiming to do more than just triple that, because the location of Benyon is a better location to be recruiting out of districts because of where it's at.
Sure. I guess I would say that there are other elementary schools that have terrific locations too, low income elementary schools that would also, have that same thing. So I don't know if I can ask my questions or make my comments now, Melissa, but I have some if you're.
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks, Catherine.
Did you want an answer to the number of students, Catherine?
Sure. Yeah.
So there's 15.
Okay. Right.
On the
so
October 1st count.
Maybe have 45 if you're met that goal. So I guess what I'd like to say is thank you for showing why all our students should have increased access to science. It was very convincing. I'd love to see this program in every school, every elementary school, Benyon in every elementary school. And I want to say that I fully support the idea of a SLCSD elementary school. I think we need a fair process, however, for elementary schools to apply. And this partnership was done quietly and other schools were not allowed to apply, even though other low-income elementary schools have expressed interest as recently as 3 years ago. You mentioned the Washington situation where you approached Washington and our past superintendent actually said no. It was a hard no. And so Washington was very interested in this process. And so that's what I'd like to see is that for these other schools, for all schools to have a transparent process where they can say, this is why we'd be a good match. I'm concerned about the fact that one board member brought this project very quietly last summer without a transparent process, and even other board members didn't know at the time when he first started the process. And so that makes me very concerned that it wasn't fair, it wasn't transparent. And what I would suggest is an open and transparent application process with the input of our next superintendent, and also looking at the entire district and the needs of the entire district. As we think about it, we should be looking at the census and realignment in terms of the census. So like I said, Bryant enrollment, I think comparing Bryant enrollment is very different from Benyon enrollment. There were many, many Bryant in boundary students, all the Avenue students. When I began as a school board member, there were 4 that were attending Bryant. And that continued for a long time. We didn't have enough students to bus, for example, to send a bus to the Avenues, even though it was their in-boundary elementary school. So I think pulling back in-boundary students to Bryant is a very different thing than pulling in-boundary students back to Benyon. So just by numbers, also by some of the other situations. So I also think that Benyon is highly mobile, and I think that affects the SLCSD model dramatically, because I think the SLCSD model needs a lot of buy-in and familiarity. So I just think giving the best option, which I think this elementary school is one of the best options, certainly to the fewest kids, doesn't make any sense to me. And this should be about equity. I completely agree. This should be about equity. It is just not fair to other elementary schools in the city not to be allowed a chance to be evaluated and to apply, because of a secret process that happened last summer. I'm not against Benyon. I just think it needs to be an equitable process. I have 2 letters from constituents that were sent to me when they saw this on the agenda, I guess. The SLCSD magnet was denied to Washington. This person says while I was a parent there, as were other magnet requests made to boost enrollment. Washington and Benyon serve comparable demographics and are also part of the Bryant feeder pattern and are very close to one or both of the SLCSD campuses. And the comparison begs the question, why Benyon? Our district has so many under-enrolled schools which would all benefit from a SLCSD partnership. Thus, and this again is my constituent speaking, I implore the board to find the match that is the most enduring and also reconsider those which were previously denied. Here are the factors that this person is considering as an area parent whose children have been at 2 under-enrolled elementary schools. If Benyon recaptures all students who leave their boundary, it would still be the lowest enrolled school in our district. Isn't it better to shore up a school whose enrollment has greater capacity for stabilization? If Benyon recaptures more than they lose, it would be at the expense of other area schools which are also under-enrolled. Wouldn't it be better to do a comprehensive review of enrollment outside of a single solution for a single school? And that's what this seems to me. It seems to be a board member's single solution for a single school. No recent efforts by downtown schools to pull kids whose families commute downtown has been successful at a full FTE of growth. So in other words, there's never been one that elementary schools have generated more than 25 to 30 students. If SLCSD is successful, it would only mean pulling from schools who've been attempting this strategy under Dr. Cunningham's tenure. Benyon is part of an economically depressed neighborhood, but Washington and Wasatch have both demonstrated higher academic outcomes, stable PTOs, and ample co-curricular programming for serving students in the shelter programs. So shelter programs themselves. Is it fair to Benyon students from the YWCA to continue to be denied the opportunities that Precinct 3 has offered these demographics? Many Title I programming in the past, many Title I schools are struggling with low enrollment, but being under-resourced and low SES demographics, yet are serving students better. Why not reward the efforts of schools who may have been denied programming in the past, but have persisted for the best student outcomes besides setbacks? And she concludes with, shouldn't we wait for recommendations from the new superintendent regarding the census data? All 3 candidates, including Dr. Gadsden, had unique ideas about our district's overall enrollment. And she adds that board member Sweat has also made specific comments about the census, and this constituent is curious to hear more from her in the study session. So I don't know if Christy is willing to comment about that. I have one much shorter email from another constituent. And she says, I'm asking that the board consider the significant problem of declining enrollment. Before making specific magnet decisions, please make a strategic plan that will support all schools. SLCSD is a wonderful program and I'm excited for my children to attend. We will start at SLCSD Bryant next year, and I've already committed to being involved with our PTSO. Knowing that all schools will benefit from a SLCSD elementary school, please advocate for a plan that takes a bigger picture approach. So those are 2 comments. Like I said, I fully support a SLCSD elementary school. I think it's a terrific idea. I just think it needs to be a fair process and not a secret process. And we need to look at the entire district, have a comprehensive plan, and allow the new superintendent to weigh in on that.
Thanks, Catherine. Go ahead, Christy.
Thanks so much. Okay, so Catherine actually made a couple of comments that I was also thinking about. I do think that, well, first and foremost, thank you so much to Brittany and Matt. I appreciate the great information that you provided to us. I'm hoping that we'll be able to look a little bit deeper at some of the demographic slides that you both showed. But, and in the middle of it, I'm thinking ahead, but this is our 2nd year with Bryant, is that right? Or are we in our 3rd year? Oh, 4th, so we've had 3, and then this is the 4th year, right? So I think one of the things that we have not done, which I would encourage us to do, because that was part of the conversation when we started SLCSD, and also when we looked at doing Bryant, was to look at outcomes, and to really talk about what those outcomes are. How is it doing? How's the connection going? Do you really see a flow, up to the high school level? I think that we've missed our steps, as a board, to have those reports. So that first and foremost, I think that has to be included in our conversation a little bit more, about how that looks, because that was one of the caveats that we talked about. The other thing I know that we've talked about is you know, this board has not really had a deep dive conversation about enrollment. And we haven't had a deep dive conversation about the issues that we're seeing in all of our schools around magnets. And we haven't had really a good deep dive evaluation of all of our magnets. So I think that for me, I would agree. I would like us to, you know, be able to not make a quick decision, knowing that yes, that K-12 look is something that, you know, we've been interested in from, you know, from the start. But at the same time, I think that there are some elements that this board really hasn't talked about. It worries me a little bit about adding another layer in without us having some of those conversations about impact of enrollment across the city. And, you know, is this, you know, only one program in one area? And I would like us as a board to actually have a conversation about the whole district, you know, and looking at what those spots are, so that when we do make a decision, that it really is, yes, we really feel like this piece would make a big difference and have a big impact, you know, in that, whether it's Benyon, Washington, Wasatch, or even, you know, to tell you honestly, you know, when we first started talking about SLCSD all those years ago, it really was an idea of doing a K-12 across the north and southwest quadrants. And, you know, so I think that when we decided to come up to Bryant, you know, that was a little bit of a detour from when we first had that conversation. I keep turning towards the superintendent because he's sitting right here, and he was a part of that conversation all those years ago. So for me, I think that it is important that we see the census. I think it is important that we have that bigger, deeper dive into what the enrollment looks like district-wide. It's a little hard right now because of the pandemic, but we are on a trend and we need to make a decision as a district. And I think that all of us have said this at one point in time. What's the threshold? You know, a long time ago, it was 550, right? And there's a lot of our schools that have gone below 550. So I think it's a conversation that we have to have, you know, with our business administrator, with our new superintendent, to really talk about what does that look like? You know, if we really want small size schools or small size classes, you know, what does that really look like and how much is that going to cost us? Because we have a number of schools that are below 550, you know, with that elementary age. So I think that it's something that is a bigger conversation. I think Brittany and Matt, that you have set a, you know, that ignition, you know, for us to really have that bigger discussion. And, you know, so that when we do make the decision about expanding the program, that it's not just about wanting to have a school so that we can make a K-12, you know, platform really quick. Like Catherine, and I think like many other board members today and before me, I love that we started with this idea all those years ago, Superintendent Madden, you know, with the science and really focusing on the science, because I know that that's something in some of my schools, they've really struggled with their science programs, and they've done amazing things, you know, with the money that the limited money that we've had over the years. So I would just say that I really appreciate all the information that we've gotten tonight. I do think that we need to talk more about the demographic. There is some validity to a fair process. I think that that's important, you know, that we talk about that and that we really look at the needs of the entire district. So at that, right now, that's where I'm at. You know, I have appreciated, you know, the information. I've really, we'll be able to get the slides, right? So that we'll be able to see the information that Brittany and Matt had for us today, because I really would like for us to look at that demographic piece. But again, Nate and Melissa, I think that this has been a really good conversation for us to leap into that larger conversation so that we really are looking at the health of the district and where those pieces all fit. And if in the end, if that piece fits perfect with Benyon, then I think that would be great for the majority of us to say, that's perfect, that's a good fit, and let's move forward with it.
Thanks, Christy. I appreciate your comments. Yeah, go ahead, Mohammed. I see your hand.
Okay, so Brittany, Matt, that was a fantastic presentation. Thank you so much. And my recent tour of SLCSD was really fantastic to go and see the program and see, you know, so many things actually that I personally, as a product of an immigrant, and you know, and I've, you know, I could see so many students, especially refugees communities and immigrants, who are used to like working with their hands to understand the concept. I could see them being very, very successful in such a program. And I really enjoyed it very much so. And so I do have quite a bit of questions, you know, as a new member, still trying to understand the whole concept, you know. So I heard Bryant being mentioned here. So was there like, did we take Bryant as well and joined it with SLCSD, or can someone explain that to me a little bit?
Yeah.
That's first question.
Okay. Do you want to get an answer to that now?
Yes,
is it okay if I start, Brittany, and you can jump in, and Larry, if you want to jump in too? You were here at that time. So I feel like giving a big history lesson right now, and I don't want to ramble on for too long. But Larry was principal at SLCSD for the first 9 years, and then he went and took a position at the district level and decided he wanted to get back into school, and he landed at Bryant. And I had been at SLCSD, or 7 years as principal at SLCSD. I was at SLCSD for 9 years and had gotten my admin license at the time he was moving to Bryant, and I applied for that job, and we ended up there. And actually the superintendent in my interview said that she wanted us to think outside the box. So when we got there and started working together, we threw a lot of ideas around on how we can just try to get better. And we kept going back to science because we're both science guys, and we didn't want to be in competition with SLCSD Rose Park. And I can't remember how it all went down, but I remember coming into work one Monday morning, and Larry had a big smile on his face, and he's like, I got it. And he said the idea of combining the schools and Bryant becoming part of SLCSD. So we started the process of investigating that and talking to faculty and staff, and then presenting to the board multiple times. And I think it was December 5th of 2018 that the board voted that SLCSD and Bryant are now one school at 2 sites.
And that was one of the benefits for the Rose Park campus, was we had a declining, some of our diversity was declining. And we'd always had a lack of access to, you know, students at least had to know that they needed to fill out an application. Families had to be aware that this was an option for them. And that's hard to get that message out to everyone. And so that was a really great aspect of the partnership, that we could tap into a whole group of students who they may not even know SLCSD exists.
Okay, thank you. That's beautiful brief history. I appreciate that very much. So right now at Benyon, we said there is about 70 students enrollment or so. Is that correct?
I think it's, Matt, are you checking?
I'm looking for the transferred out for Benyon. For 2020, there are 113 students that transferred out.
Okay.
And I'm pulling this from Sam's magic report.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, and how many teachers and staff we have in there at Benyon?
They have about one teacher for every grade level there. And then they have a couple of other teachers that do some of their like arts or music. So, but it's a smaller staff.
It's smaller stuff.
Just to add on to that, is it right? I think that it's right that every student is we pay about $1,000 more for every student at Benyon than any other elementary school. I think is, you know, when you average and you take the averages. Right now, that's about right. So, you know, it works out to be, what's the total enrollment about Benyon right now? Is it 140?
I could be wrong. I thought today when we looked at it, it was around 130, 35 maybe.
Okay.
Alan's nodding.
135. So in other words, we're spending $135,000, and additionally on top of what we usually spend per student, or what we spend for every other elementary student.
Okay. And while I have you, Catherine, you didn't mention Washington. What is the current enrollment out there?
I think it's 212. I'd have to check the sheet. Does that sound right? 225, something like that.
Okay. And the base, we said we would like to see every school be at 550. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, right. And my other question is, the current principal at Benyon, how long has she or he been there?
Ooh, I'm not sure how many years she's been at that campus. Alan, do you know that?
Oh, more than that.
Yeah.
It's got to be, because she came after James. I think it's got to be closer to 10. So maybe 8, 9. Yeah.
So we're looking at about 8 to 9 years. Okay. And how long ago, I mean, we saw a decline in the enrollment at Benyon. I mean, when did we see, what year did we start seeing like a sharp decline in the enrollment out there? Do we know what year it started? Was it like 4 years, 5 years ago or so?
I think I might have that data. Hold on just one sec. Oh no, Matt, I don't have that. Do you have it pulled up?
I don't have it pulled up, but I can find it pretty quick.
Okay.
Mohammed, we have just about 8 minutes left, and I want to
Okay,
make
I'd
sure
like to
that
give the
Hoali
chance to
has
others to
some time.
ask questions, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, this is good. Thank you.
Thank you. Hoali, do you want to go ahead and?
Yeah. And of course, if there's like statistical things, I think we can always ask Sam to give us a lot of those things. They don't have to get, I think, people scrambling for those things right now. I remember making that visual infographic with the map that shows all the schools and the numbers and enrollment and where they are and what type of programs they have. And I love that Chrissy was breaking up last time about, we needed to map it out. And I don't think no one mapped it out before. I did that. But now we need to talk about the strategy, right? What's the strategy to actually make it equitable across the district? And I think it is important to understand how SLCSD in elementary, Benyon potentially is the best place, but then maybe there's another elementary too that could be added to it, additionally, more than one, right? There's a lot of ways, but there needs to be a strategy, I think, with this. And not only this, but as mentioned, we need to think about all these other programs that exist. When I was, when the superintendent search was happening, I went to the different schools. I went to Meadowlark with Dr. Gonzalez when she was there for that tour. I went to Washington Elementary and met the principal there. And the principal there was like super prideful to show like all the amazing programs that they have, including how they're working on IB. So I don't think it makes sense for Washington to try to be in SLCSD as a potential candidate because they're already working on candidacy for IB. And that principal told me all the visions of what he wants to do, that there's like 3 or 4, maybe almost 4 classrooms that are completely empty in his building that he would love to have a middle school IB. So it's an elementary and middle school at Washington Elementary. So there's like people that have visions in our district for lots of different programs. But I think no one, like I said, Chrissy mentioned, there has not been a discussion in general about just the strategy of all type of programming that we want to have, the ecosystem that we want to build for different pathways, whether it's IB, whether it's SLCSD. And then also for me, when we have that conversation, I think it's going to be important for us to have that conversation about ELP. What does that really mean? I know that's a very touchy issue, but I think that's going to have, if we're going to have to talk about SLCSD and IB and all these other pathways and ecosystems, we're going to have to talk about ELP too. And why does that exist when there's a IB elementary and a middle school that are possibilities too, right? So anyways, I think that this is great. I loved your presentation. I was also at the SLCSD just a week ago, 7 days ago, right before the board meeting. Principal Powell gave me a tour, and that was the school I went to when I was in 7th grade before it became SLCSD. And I was like, this is where the 8th graders will beat up the 7th graders, or this is where this is where I had my locker. And it was funny, but luckily SLCSD is very different. The culture is different. There's a lot of respect and dignity, and of course learning. And so I was excited to learn a lot from there. So I'm just going into these places to learn, but I am down with really having us have a strategic plan that's really with the vision of the board, along with the new superintendent, to really move forward, so that these things move forward and they're aligned, and people feel that their voice was heard, but things are being because there's, like I said, there's principals already thinking of plans that no one has really talked to potentially for us to move forward with those kind of things. So I just wanted to share my thoughts on this, but of course, like everybody, there should be a SLCSD elementary thing, but it should be within our strategic plan.
Thanks, Joelle. Just really quickly, I kind of want to share my thoughts. I get really excited about the idea of a SLCSD elementary and the project-based cross-curricular learning. I want to start it now, just because I'm so excited by that possibility for our students. And I do agree that looking at the whole system and the infographic that Joelle is talking about in terms of being very strategic about how this is implemented is important, because we do need to look at the health of the whole system. I just am anxious to get started. And I really want to create a culture in our district where schools that have great ideas for things that will benefit, not just their school, but students that live in Salt Lake, feel like they can bring those ideas to the table, and that we can discuss them, that we can have these kinds of conversations about how we can provide opportunities for our students in really, broad and diverse ways. And so I really applaud this conversation. I really think that this is what we want to create. I want a SLCSD elementary school. I would love to have it now, because I think that there are kids that will benefit from it now. I do think a strategic look at all of these programs across the district, that includes declining enrollment. And we've sort of looked at, we will have a comprehensive study, deep dive into enrollment trends and where we are with enrollment, specifically with census data. But I guess my comment and question would be, what would it actually take in terms of funding and time to implement a SLCSD elementary school at Benyon right away? And when you talk about it in terms of a pilot program, what does that mean? Could we then potentially move it if we have to, as we're kind of looking at at the whole system? It really resonates with me what you're talking about, Matt and Brittany, about the location of Benyon in terms of its accessibility and partner, close to the University of Utah, close to a track station. I think that's the question. What does a pilot look like? What does it look like in terms of funding it? How do we get started? How long does it take to get started? Is it something we could try as give it a year and try? Those are the questions I have. And I know we don't have a lot of time. I wish we had more time to just kind of dig into the weeds of this. But
can I give you some short answers to your
Yes,
questions?
please. Thank you.
Well, I think there's a lot of flexibility in what you're asking about. So in terms of what it would take to do SLCSD elementary now, we're not looking for additional funding. I feel like we have some good community supports that are interested in this program and would like to help it get off the ground successfully. So we wouldn't be asking the district for additional funding at this point. I also think, we would need some time. I mean, we're coming off the heels of a really bizarre year, and we would be getting a late start to this if we were going to roll it out next year, which I think could be really exciting if we were able to do that. And so I would ask that we have, maybe like next year and the year after to see what we're able to do in 2 or maybe 3 years with that. And I think it's very doable. I mean, the things that we're talking about doing with kids, these are not things that require tons of funding. We would have to work with a dedicated faculty that wants to be trained in really innovative instructional techniques. I've spoken with that faculty multiple times, and I think they would be on board to do those kinds of things. And we've had a lot of experience in working with our Bryant campus to co-collaborate on building really dynamic opportunities for students. And so we've had practice on doing that between 2 campuses. And I feel like our reach could extend pretty nimbly to a 3rd campus to help support and work with teachers to adopt this model. And then in terms of what we mean by a pilot, I really mean that I think this could, there are multiple feeders to a middle school. So there isn't a reason that there couldn't be access to this at multiple campuses. And so I think by pilot, we're asking to target a school that clearly has a defined need, that has, they have some experience working with STEM innovations. And so they'd be on board to try this one. And there's not other things tangled into it. We could just have this fresh slate, and they do have a low student population, but that's what we'd be trying to really build with external, like out of district recruiting. And that's the pilot piece that I think would be interesting for you. If we can't bring in kids from out of district, then you guys know, well, it didn't work, so we have to do something else. But this to me is like, it's really good for kids. It is equitable. It provides really great equitable opportunities for kids to have access to good education, and it's low risk. What do we have to lose in trying it?
Thanks, Brittany. We are just about, actually, we're out of time.
I just want to make another couple comments, Melissa, because I think, I talked sort of early on. I really liked what you said about bringing this idea to the table and talking about it openly, but unfortunately that didn't happen this time because there was this deal brokered when none of us knew about it early last summer.
Point of order.
So I mean, that's a problem, I think. And Alan just informed us that Washington, for example, has 232 students. Why wouldn't we bring this to more students rather than fewer students? I'm not advocating for Washington. I haven't talked to Principal Kelly, but why wouldn't we consider that? I just really think we need to think about the strategic plan for our district before we place something someplace. And a teacher from the open classroom, for example, wrote to me after our discussion last time.
Thank you, Catherine. I just want to give.
She asked not to have us place another special program on the east side, that we have to start thinking about placing special programs on the west side. So we just need to do this with equity.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. Nate, did you want to?
Yes, and I'll keep it
just
brief.
Really quick for like a minute. Yeah, thank you.
Certainly. Well, I just, again, thank you everybody, but I do have to defend myself and my community here just a little bit. There have been some allegations that have been brought to the table that aren't accurate at all, and if they're anything misleading and rooted in a personal vendetta, in my personal opinion. The truth of the matter is, yes, I am an advocate for my community. I'm an advocate for Benyon as their representative on the school board. And if me, reaching out to a really, really good option for kids is underhanded or is a backroom deal, then I'm sure that is something that just about everybody on this board is guilty of. The other piece that I would like to add is that just emphasize what Brittany has stated, right? This is a low risk, zero money involved opportunity for kids at Benyon who per capita are grouped in a school that is very, very vulnerable relative to poverty, diversity, and homelessness. Many of which aren't the characteristics of our East Side schools typically for elementaries. So while I understand those sentiments from the community and certainly from the same individual that you mentioned, Board Member Kennedy from the open classroom, I also had a conversation with them as well. And I feel like the questions that she asked of me were certainly represented and answered here tonight. And I think she would be satisfied with those. I'd be happy to talk with her again. lastly, right, if not SLCSD, then what for Benyon, right? Like we have a very concentrated group of folks and kids who are very vulnerable. And I'm not to say that no other school has those opportunities available to them either, and certainly have those similar demographics, but not at the concentration of which Benyon does. There have been plenty of opportunities that have also been taken away from Benyon as well. Things like coaches, discussions around assistant principals, things that I really think would add to the nature of the academic performance of that school. And I really, truly believe that those need to be addressed.
Okay,
thank you.
Nate, you're wrapping up. Thank you.
Just
I
have
want
to say that there's
I want
no
to
vendetta.
make sure that we've
I
got
just want to
time.
open this. So there's no vendetta. There's absolutely zero
Okay,
vendetta.
let's just move on. All right. Thank you, everybody, for participating in this study session. We clearly still have questions. Matt and Brittany, I'm going to encourage board members to reach out to you and to superintendent if you've got questions, so that we can figure out what our next steps are. I'm mostly hearing that we want to do a big strategic plan about different programs that are around the district and looking at enrollment, and that there's excitement for a SLCSD elementary school and for support for Benyon. So let's go ahead and close this study session, and thank everybody for being here, especially to you, Matt and Brittany, for your preparation. And I would like to entertain a motion to go into a closed executive session for the purpose of negotiations and or property and character, professional competence of an individual.
I will do that. So I move that we go into closed executive session for the purpose of negotiations and property for character, professional competence, or physical and mental health of an individual on March 2nd at 6:06.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. We'll just do roll call. Go ahead, Harley.
Wale, yes.
Jenny CK, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll now enter closed executive session for the purpose of litigation.
Okay, Sam, we're good on this end.
And we're good on the YouTube side.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody to this business meeting of the Salt Lake City School District Board of Education. It's Tuesday, March 2nd, 6:30 p.m. In attendance, we have our 7 school board members, our superintendent, Larry Madden, and our business administrator, Alan Kersley, as well as cabinet members and other people the superintendent's invited to participate in this meeting. Welcome to all of you. We're glad to have you here. I'd also like to take a minute and welcome representatives from our associations. We've got welcome to James Tobler from SLEA. Tonight we have Dallin Miller representing SLASA, Che Olson representing Buildings and Grounds, B. Alonzo with Child Nutrition, and Ben Rowley with Transportation. Thank you, Ben. And also Steve Russo with SLEOPA. He's the SLEOPA president, and it's Cindy Mills, who's the representative to the board. So thank you for being here, Cindy. Welcome, everybody. We're glad to have you here. I'd like to have everybody stand now and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance after me. Please repeat. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody, for joining me in that, and thank you for being here tonight. Let's go ahead and look at our consent agenda. I have a request to remove the minutes for the board meeting and move them to discussion. And we had a typo in our human resource services report. So we need to make a motion that will include the changes to the human resource services report, and that change will be added to the minutes of the meeting. So I'd like to entertain a motion now on our consent agenda.
President Ford, point of clarification, which minutes from a previous board meeting are you?
All of them.
All of them?
Mhm.
Okay.
So items 3 through 11 will move to discussion. Does that need to be done by motion? Okay. So we just need a motion to accept the consent agenda that consists of the purchasing and accounting reports, the human resource services report with the changes, which will be attached to the minutes, and the financial advisor services contract.
So moved.
Do I
I'll
have a
second.
Any discussion to that motion? Okay, then let's go ahead and vote on the consent agenda.
I think you're muted. Hello, do you mind? Still muted.
There you go.
It's not.
Yes.
Okay. Jenny,
Oh, I didn't even hear him. Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, so that motion passes and the minutes will be moved to discussion. Next up, we have our request to speak. We always look forward to the opportunity to hear from the public during our request to speak. I just want to remind everybody that this is not an opportunity to air complaints about bidding contracts, employment, or personnel issues, or to criticize or defame district employees, or make complaints that there are other avenues for which redress exist. I think we only have one person signed up to speak. We'll give that person 3 minutes, and we always look forward to the time we have to hear from constituents. Thank you, Superintendent.
Okay, I'm letting Kim Johnson in. Can you hear us, Kim? Kim, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. You've got 3 minutes. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Matt, President Ford, and each of you for this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kim Johnson, and I am the parent of 3 Salt Lake City School District students, all of which are still currently in elementary school. I am currently serving in the PTA and have been a champion for Salt Lake City School District throughout the events of this past year. I understand that the decisions that have been made have been incredibly difficult, and there have not been easy solutions. And I trust and believe that each of you have been making the best decisions possible with our students' interests in mind. I am fully committed to Salt Lake City School District and have even recently become a substitute teacher to address and help with a requested need. I have now survived 2 days in a 6th grade classroom, so I feel like I'm ready for anything. I want to especially thank the teachers and administrators of our elementary school that have worked tirelessly on behalf of our students and families this past year. Although remote learning was not ideal, our teachers worked so hard to keep students engaged and learning. Our principal has worked nearly around the clock, willing to help anywhere needed this past year, including he's hosted small PE groups, he has substituted in Zoom classrooms, and has made sure that his phone line is always open and his door is always open to the concerns of families. This past month of being back in school has made such a difference for our family, and my kids are excited to learn again, and it's almost like the start of a new school year. Our neighborhood elementary school is one in which the enrollment numbers are down significantly this year, like 30+%. And my concern is that as we have been talking to families and trying to encourage their return, their concern is not about not wanting to return to our elementary school, but rather a frustration and lack of trust and performance with our secondary schools. Many have expressed anger and frustration with the lack of in-person schooling options, lack of communication from high school administrators, teachers not teaching in person, lack of substitutes, etc. There are many families who do not intend to return to Salt Lake City School District, not because our elementary schools aren't fantastic, but because they believe that their students will be better served by secondary schools in neighboring districts. This is incredibly concerning as we are beginning to learn about budget cuts and the possibility of amazing teachers whose contracts will not be renewed. Our neighborhood schools are such an important hub of our communities, but unless our communities can count on and trust secondary schools to provide the very best education possible, I fear that our enrollment numbers will continue to decline. I am asking the board, the interim superintendent, and the incoming superintendent to do anything possible to mitigate these dwindling enrollment numbers and concerns. We must address our secondary schools.
Thank you, Kim. That's 3 minutes.
Okay.
Appreciate your sentiments, and thanks for addressing the board. I appreciate you. Take care. All right. The next item is our discussion on the 2021-2022 student fee schedule. Ms. Kindle, would you like to open this conversation? Board members, this fee schedule has been attached to the agenda. Hopefully you've had a chance to review it. And if you've got questions, I'm sure there are people here who can help answer those.
Those people might not be me.
No, you can answer every question about this. I have no doubt. Thanks for all your work on it, Christina.
This fee schedule was going to be new this year. I mean, obviously it is new this year. It's just we really haven't had an opportunity with how the school has rolled out to see how it's played out and how well it's been received, and whether or not the fees have all been appropriate, and sort of any data on whether or not kids have been hitting the maximums. A lot of schools chose not to assess fees since the students were learning remotely. So the changes that are on this fee schedule are represent some things that were left off on the prior year that we just noticed, or things that have come up during the course of the year that we didn't really have a fee for. If you have any questions about it, then I'm certainly happy to address them. They're not a lot of changes. But does anyone have any questions about any particular fee?
Let's review the process, Christina, just a little bit. Remember that our SECs review these fees. Some of the departments that have fees, they're reviewed and approved at that level.
So,
then we have 2 hearings on them, right, Christina? I wanted to go through that process.
Sure. Any fees that are coming from a school, the teachers propose the fees to the principals take them to the SECs. They need to be on the SEC agenda, and then the SEC would approve them. Some fees on the schedule, for example, are early childhood fees. Those run through the district office because obviously there's not an SEC to approve them. So the executive director over that area would be in charge of looking at those and approving those. The community ed fees come through the foundation, through James, and Alan and I look at those as well. Business Administrator Kearsley and I look at them as well. Mr. McKay-Whiters is in charge of determining whether or not there need to be any district-wide increases in the UHSAA fees. And this year she decided that there weren't any fees in that. And the changes, any changes you see in CTE would have been approved by Teresa and Baku. And so I think pretty much how it goes is that all those fees get sent to us. We review them and put them on the agenda. We have 2 state law required public hearings on the fee schedule. So one of those is going to happen right after this discussion. It's at a set certain time. The next one will be at the next board meeting in March. And state law requires that you approve the fee schedule prior to April 1 each year. So that's kind of the process in a nutshell. We did state mandated training that I know Board President Ford participated in and Interim Superintendent Madden participated in. We also trained all our fee administrators on that. All these fees are waivable for students who are eligible for a fee waiver unless it indicates otherwise, but there are very few fees that are not fee waivable. Any other questions? Does that describe it, Board President Ford? Is that what you were hoping for?
Yes, thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. The new board members, if you've got questions, feel free to jump in. This is a process that we underwent sort of extensively last year, and it's an important part of what we do. And as Christina said, we will have a time certain public hearing at 7 to hear from public on these fees.
So state law requires, just so you can sort of understand why this looks the way it does, state law requires that we have a spend plan for each fee. So that's either, it'll be noted at the top of the fee schedule or in parentheticals next to the fee schedule. State law also requires that if part of the fee can be paid for through fundraising, that we indicate that as well. So you'll see a lot of fees on the UHSAA schedule that have a fundraising component. So you'll have the fee total and then the amount that might be paid for by cash and the amount that's expected to be paid for by fundraising. Last year, the board decided on a $3,000 maximum per student annual cap on fees. That's across the district. So that is also something state law requires us to have. And that was what I was talking about initially, that we really haven't seen, we don't have any data on whether or not kids are getting close to that cap or not. So if a student were to hit that $3,000 cap, they would not be required to pay any more fees for the entire year. And that is something that each school district adopts on its own based on its constituency and the board determination as to what would be an appropriate maximum amount.
Thanks, Christina. Hoeli, did you have a question? Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay. So my question was like non-waivable things, but I saw them and they're on the right corner of each of the things. So I found that. And my other question was what does the out-of-state tuition, non-resident tuition mean? I'm not sure what that means.
So if someone chose to come to Salt Lake City School District from a different state or out of the country, we can charge them for tuition.
You can go. Sorry.
What?
Sorry. I was disconnected. Can you say it again? I didn't hear anything we said. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So sometimes for whatever reason, students choose to come here from out of the country or out of the state just to enroll in Salt Lake City School District for some purpose, and state law allows us to charge them a lump sum tuition.
What is that? Sorry, Christina, I just never asked this question. How does that apply to exchange students, to exchange program students? Does that also apply to those students?
Alan, you can answer that. Right?
We've never charged that fee to exchange students.
Okay.
And then did you have a different question about something off on the right that I didn't quite hear?
I was just saying I didn't know where what fees are non-waivable, but I found it. They're on the right.
Yeah, they are. They're very few.
Any other questions?
Board Member Salazar has his hand up.
Oh, sorry.
No
Go ahead.
worries, no
I
worries.
can't see you. Yeah.
Oh, it's all good. And this might, I don't know who would direct this to, if it's you, Ms. Kindle, or Business Administrator Kearsley, but I noticed that there was a $40 increase in credit recovery per quarter credit. Is there any reasoning behind that? I just have felt like that's been a sticking point for a lot of families and kids that need that credit recovery to graduate on time, and just wanted to see what that's about.
So I can answer that. I had a conversation with Board President Ford about that today. So as you know, this fee schedule lists the maximum fee that we could possibly charge a student. It does not list, fees that would be below this. So we do have a number of credit recovery options, some of which in the district are no cost, some of which like packets, some packets are like $10 or $15. Those are still all there. There are some credit recovery options for if students chose to enroll in an online program and retake a course. There is a $46 and $47 fee associated with that. So it really just depends on what the student themselves chooses as their option. And instead of listing those all out and sort of increasing the length of the fee schedule, we just put the maximum one on there. But Dr. Hall assured me that we've been doing a lot of training with our counselors to make sure that the students know all the options and the costs associated with the different options, and really, focusing on if, depending on what the students wants and needs in terms of whether or not they're trying to do a grade replacement or they just need the credit, what is best for them, and obviously the financial implications. So that in no way indicates that we do not have no cost or low cost options. That is just the highest priced option, if that makes sense.
That does. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
Other questions or comments? I really appreciate the work that you have done on this, Christina. It really represents a remarkable amount of work and training. So thank you for that. I would encourage board members, if you do have questions, to reach out through the superintendent, and he can connect you to the best place to get those answers. And Christina is a great resource for that. Dr. Hall, would you like to share what you're working on in terms of communicating options?
Sorry, no, I just wanted to add that we are working on creating a menu that students and parents can look at with all of those options and their prices and kind of the pros and cons of each, to make sure that we're really communicating out the difference between a credit recovery and a grade replacement course. That's all. Thank you.
I think that communication piece is really important when it comes to everything we do, and including our fee schedule and the fees that we charge. And I do think it's an important job that Christina's put together, and an important thing that we take seriously as board members in approving this fee schedule after we have had 2 public hearings on it. So we're not looking for any action on it tonight, other than the public hearing, which is time certain for 7 o'clock. So if I don't see any other comments or questions about the fee schedule, I'd like to suggest that we move for just a few minutes to the superintendent's COVID-19 report, knowing that we will also take a break at 7 to do this fee schedule public hearing. So superintendent, 7:15. Thank you. Thank you. So we do have a little extra time. Superintendent, go ahead. Let's do the COVID-19 report. Time certain for 7.
Okay, so first thing I wanted to do is just give you a little update since we always have a health meeting on Tuesday mornings as well, and I'm gonna let somebody else in here. The news was again pretty positive from the Salt Lake County Health Department this morning. Positivity still decreasing, and we were also told by the health department that Salt Lake County will be moved to the moderate level of transmission on the state of Utah health guidance levels this week. That doesn't really have an impact on schools. That wouldn't really indicate necessarily any change. They did say that they're starting to hear some discussion about vaccinating children. It's early, but they're starting to hear that that may be a possibility. But the first group would be down to 12 years old, and they think that could possibly happen by fall. Sometime after that would be the next group, which would be 9 to 12-year-olds, and then 5 to 9-year-olds. And they were feeling like that the younger students maybe would start with vaccinations around the beginning of 2022. So that's kind of where we are on that right now. In terms of our vaccinations within the district and our employees, we'll complete the second doses on March 18th. So that's coming right up. On the dashboard, just to kind of, you may have all looked at that, but I'll just give you a little recap from what I looked at today. There are right now no active cases among staff members. And this week we had 24 schools with no active cases. There were 28 last week. This week we have 12 with 1 active case. Last week there was 1. We have 3 schools with 2 active cases and 1 school with 5. And again, the active means that they've been identified by the county as positive, but it does not mean that they contracted it in school. So that's kind of an update from the dashboard. There was a question last time regarding technology, kind of what's working, what's not working, and Sam has put some really nice effort into that this week. So I'm going to turn it over to Sam, and he'll give an update on that.
Thank you, Superintendent Madden. So we sent out a survey following last board meeting last week, just to kind of get a picture of what people were feeling. Now, we had looked at all of our help desk tickets, help desk calls, and things like that, and hadn't seen an increase. We've actually seen a significant decrease in the number of calls. Usually the calls that we've had up to this point have all happened during transition periods, such as when they came back to school or when they first went remote. And most of those were predominantly password changes and things like that. So we sent this out to teachers and school administrators. We had 275 respondents. 4.6% said they're not having any problems out of that group. Others, around 3 to 4%, talked about different problems with curriculum applications, difficulties with web cameras. Those were all small numbers in there. Specifically, it was brought up about Wi-Fi connectivity. We had about 10% of the people that responded said there were Wi-Fi connectivity problems. So as we got that data back, we started reaching out to the individuals that said that. And that's a little, I would say a little deceptive on what the Wi-Fi problems means. That's what we were trying to find out. So we've come to find out a couple of things. Some of that referred to students bringing their own devices and connecting to the Wi-Fi. Most of the schools in the district did not have student bring your own device access last year. We had a couple of the high schools, and we had Bryant Middle School last year that had it. And so it was a new process for many of the students who bring in a diversity of devices, right? And each device can connect to Wi-Fi just a little bit differently. And so that was a learning curve that people were reflecting. Some had mentioned they just like coverage in their gym, as opposed, or some were saying that it was the Zoom likes to present a message every once in a while. You may have received it when you're on your phone or somewhere else. It says internet connection unstable. That's kind of a little bit of their way of saying something's wrong. But when they say it that way, it means that something is, they say people think the internet, right? but really what can affect that is we have too many programs running on our computer. It could be a number of things, including Wi-Fi. So we're continuing to research all of those questions around Wi-Fi, but as we've looked in our ticket system compared to those references, we just haven't seen a lot. So some of those problems related to that just haven't been reported up until now. Some of the things we asked people what was going right in their schools. And some of the common themes that we saw in those responses, and these were free form fields so people could kind of explain what they were talking about. Technical support was a very positive common theme out there, that people had sufficient computers and hotspots. Teacher training, the increase in teacher training. A lot of people commented that Wi-Fi and network were holding up and working well. The rollout of computers was a positive. Many mentioned that virtual meetings were actually saving time because we didn't have travel. And students and teachers were becoming more tech savvy. Now on the flip side, common themes among the greatest challenges that the schools were having were teachers feeling overwhelmed of having to learn it all so quickly. And that is a challenge, right? There is a request for training. We had 9% of the respondents say that they needed more technology training for teachers and staff. So that was one of our larger numbers. The Zoom internet unstable errors that like we've talked about, student bring your own device, Wi-Fi challenges, equipment problems, so age of equipment. We have a lot of devices out there, but many of them are pushing 5 years old. And those are, we need to work on a plan to replace them. There needs to be some funding to help with that. Not enough technical support. Sometimes we got reports of not being able to respond fast enough. And that's really directly related to the amount of work and the number of staff we have. Student home internet connectivity is another one that came up, and student home technical support. And those are all things we're trying to figure out. We have lots of hotspots. In fact, I still have hotspots left if there's anybody that needs one that we can hand those out. So it's just making sure we get the communication going. But some respondents did say they didn't have enough computers, and that really varies from school to school. Some schools are very well set, others are still would want more. Really a lot of the schools are striving for a 1-to-1 student to computer ratio. And that is a great goal. There's a lot of planning that we still need to do to be able to get there, because we all know that 1-to-1 is much more than just buying devices. There needs to be infrastructure and supports in place to help that. But that's the feedback that we've received. Overall, we asked them to rate the effectiveness of the technology in the district, and on a scale of 1 to 10, and the average of all those 275 respondents gave us a 7.65 overall. So any questions on that?
Go ahead, Holly.
You said there's a couple of hotspots left. And when you mean hotspots, is that those that people can take at their house, or is those for the schools? Or
yeah, those are the mobile hotspots that students can check out. And they just need to work with their contact their school administration, who contacts me, and we check those out.
Cool. And then those are from elementary to secondary, right?
Yep, K-12.
Cool.
Thank you, Sam. Really do appreciate the enormous amount of work this year has been for you. And a 7.65 is pretty impressive. Thank you. Superintendent.
Thanks, Sam. One more note, and then we'll get down to the meat, I think. We were approved for our waiver for the days when we had the big wind in the fall from the state. I did send that out in an email last week. The 7th of June will be a student day an in-class student day. The 8th through 10th will be non-student days, but those are teacher contract days. And we're working on some planning around what we'll do on those days that will be school-based, mostly probably oriented towards planning for a smooth startup in the fall. But and then the other thing, and I'll start this now, and I don't know if we'll get to the end of this, President Ford, before we go back to the request to speak, but I was able to, I visited all the high schools today. I wanted to just see what it actually looked like on a normal day at the high schools. And I walked around with all of the administrators. There's a lot of people doing a lot of great work. I saw some really, really interesting classrooms where teachers were streaming the work that they were doing, and it was very, very cool. But the general feeling I came away with was there's not very many students in these buildings, and that even if they were to expand, I think there's quite a bit of room to still manage social distancing and our mitigation strategies. So I would like to propose, and hopefully we can get action on this today, is that we look at a return to 4 days a week in secondary, starting on March 22nd. That's 1 week before spring break. That the last day of vaccinations for us will be on March 18th, so it will be after the last vaccination. And I think one other change that I think we feel like in conversations with the high school administration and network directors is that we need to ask high school students to commit to one mode of learning, so that they would either commit to being in person or commit to being online, because the option that we tried to use, and I think it was a reasonable thought, was to keep numbers down. I think it's been maybe more disruptive than helpful. And so we would ask for a commitment to either be in person or online. So March 22nd, again, it's the week right before spring break. April 5th starts the fourth quarter, so it would give us a chance to get in there and kind of get a feel for a little bit of a new world. And I would expect us to go, when we go from 2 days to 4 days, I would expect us to more than double the students in the schools, because I think that there are some students that are waiting, and when we go back 4 days, they're going to feel like, okay, now I'm actually back. And so I would expect it to, I don't know, it could possibly even triple at some schools, but given what I saw today and walking around with the principals, that's a capacity that we can handle. We'll still have a lot of students in remote, and we'll do the best job we can with them. But I would like to, I hope we can get some action on that today. There's the only other piece that might possibly play into that is the Senate Bill 107. And Yandri, can you just touch base on that for a moment?
Yes, I can definitely do that. So the latest on Senate Bill 107 is today the Senate President and the Speaker of the House appointed 3 members from each body to a conference committee. What happened yesterday on the floor is that one of the representatives in the House made an amendment. The bill has been modified to include not just K-12 offering in-person instruction, but higher ed institutions as well. There was an amendment made on the floor regarding some semantics about the higher ed, and that's what they need to resolve. Sorry. I'm sorry. The Senate did not. I'm so sorry. The Senate did not agree with the House amendments, and so that's why they need to have a conference committee. If they had been able to get that through on the floor of the Senate, then the bill would have been amended and everyone would have been in agreement. So now what's going to happen is tomorrow at 12, the conference committee will get together. There are 4 Republicans and 2 Democrats on that committee. There are also 2 senators who represent Salt Lake School District, Senator Escamilla and Senator Todd Weiler, who's the bill sponsor. So one thing that they're hoping to hear back from us is what our plan might be, if any, with regard to in-person learning. As you know, the bill passed with enough numbers that if the governor signs it, then it takes effect immediately. So whenever the governor signs that bill, we would be required to offer 4 days of in-person instruction at all our schools. I've been in contact today with the governor's education advisor, Brittany Cummings, and she has been really wonderful, and she's going to talk to the governor tomorrow to see where this falls on his priority list, if he might be willing to consider waiting a little bit, not signing this on the first day that he signs bills, but maybe holding off. He's got until the 25th to sign bills before they either go into effect or not without his signature. And so there might be a little bit of flexibility there. The conference committee also, in addition to debating the amendments that were made on the floor, is going to have the opportunity to discuss any other changes. So if we could get back tonight to our senators and let them know if we have a plan, they might be able to work in a specific date that would allow us the time to prepare for an in-person return that does not have to fall immediately upon the governor's signature if, say, he were to sign that bill next week. And that's
Thanks for that. Thanks for that update, Andre. And we love seeing Charlie. So please don't ever apologize for him. He's darling. All right, Superintendent, does that conclude your report?
It does.
Okay, I would like to entertain board member questions, comments, knowing that we have 7 minutes. So we'll take a break at exactly, how about 7:14? We'll go to our student fee public hearing, and then we'll come back to this conversation. Starting with Christy, go ahead.
So Melissa, if you want to have a discussion, that's great, but I would make the recommendation that, Larry, let me read just right from what you had. The recommendation that the superintendent made, and then we can have a discussion, or do you want to have board members ask questions first?
I'm happy to entertain a motion first that we move it to action.
Okay. I just want to get it right to what he said. And that part right there. Okay. So I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to 4 days per week in secondary starting March 22nd, and ask high school students to commit to one mode, in person or online.
Just to you're moving that to action, right?
That's
No,
the motion.
I'm making a motion, yeah, that we would move that to action. Sorry.
Yeah, I second that.
Thank you.
So we have a motion that we move to 4 days of in-person instruction beginning March 21st. Was that 22nd?
22nd.
March 22nd, and that we ask high school students to commit to one mode of learning, either remote or in person. That motion was made by Christy and seconded by Hua Lee, and I will take discussion to the motion.
I just wanted to ask Larry a little bit more about why we need to restrict high school students to one kind of mode, and if that'll mean that they could switch modes as long as they're consistent in their switching. But it seems to me that the flexibility for them to be able to isolate or quarantine if they need to, things like that, is important.
Yeah,
and so
well,
I
I mean,
want to ask you some of those details.
I think we still have kind of, one-off flexibility at the schools. I mean, administrators can make decisions that are going to work the best for kids. But what I heard from all of the administrators was that they felt like if the students committed to one mode, like if they committed to in-person, then they would come more regularly. And some of the students that they want to come more regularly to school because they feel like they need it were, with that flexibility, it was really easy for them to kind of opt out of it. And so I think it just gives, and it also allows them to look a little more closely at the options of being a little bit creative with schedules. So for instance, if we have 5 secondary 1 classes first period, then it would be possible to maybe rearrange these such that some of these classes were fully remote and some of these classes were fully in person. But that gets really difficult because if we allow them to choose on a day-to-day basis like we originally did, then we've got to stay in that expanded classroom mode all the time in all classes.
So are we planning on reassigning students then in classes? We've been really reluctant to do that at the elementary school level.
Well, the conversation has been that's something we can look at. I mean, we would at least have the option to look at that.
Mm-hmm. And can students choose to be remote for some of their classes and in person for some of their classes? I mean, if they're consistent with that, are they still allowed to, come to school for PE, for example?
Well, I think what we're asking for is that they would commit to one mode. Now, I mean, but still at any individual site, I mean, they would have the latitude if it was in the best interest of an individual student, but it's going to help them in terms of their planning and how they lay out the school day if we know that kids are committed to one mode or the other. That doesn't mean they could never change from that mode either.
Right. It seems to me, though, that we have students that want to be remote, except when they come in for wood shop, for example, or PE. And that seems to me very reasonable. It's hard to do wood shop remotely, and they may feel like it's a low enrolled class. I do think that I've had a lot of parents express concerns to me that, for example, West High does not have good airflow and that they don't have that there's no possibility with the size of the classrooms to socially distance. So, with all the students, I understand that this really isn't a choice for us, that the legislature is forcing our hand. It looks as though they'll force our hand. So we really don't have a choice in this matter.
I will say the distancing today that I saw at West High was not concerning in any way. They could have handled quite a few more students and still done really well with distancing.
Right now,
there would be classes. There probably are classes that are exceptions to that.
Right.
But as a general rule, that was the case.
Right. I guess with it doubling for 4 days, and then then the claim that maybe more students would come back.
Yeah, that's to be seen. Yep.
Impact that. But in any case, some parents are concerned about that. But
thank you, Catherine. We'll go ahead and continue this conversation after we move to our public hearing on the 2021-2022 student fee schedule.
Okay, we have one speaker for the public hearing.
So this is something we've noticed, and we will take public comment now on our student fee schedule. Superintendent, will you go ahead and allow them?
Yeah, this is Leslie C. Huntz, I believe is the last name. Hi, Leslie, can you hear us?
Leslie, can you hear us? You go ahead and unmute yourself if you'd like to speak to our student fee schedule. Thank you, Leslie. We've got you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just wondering what these fees are going to be.
So if you go to the board agenda, there's a link that has a list of all the different student fees, and it's got a schedule with all of the fees.
Hold on, I'm trying to mute myself because I have way too much going on in the background. Am I the first person on?
You're the only person, I think, that signed up to speak about our fee schedule.
Really?
It sounds like you have a lot of questions about it. I'm sure that we can connect you with somebody who can answer questions about our fee schedule.
No, I'm wondering about sports fees and oh my goodness, gravy. Are you kidding me? I'm the only person on.
So you have questions about athletic fees?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had a look at the fee schedule and been able to see what those fees are and what
No,
those
ma'am.
plans are? Okay.
I found out about this on the news just a bit ago and just wanted to make sure that I was part of the conversation.
No, I'm glad you are. Thank you for taking the time to join us. What I'd love to do is connect you with somebody so that we can get you a list of the fees and that your questions can be answered. And then if you have a general comment about what you're feeling about those fees, we'd like to hear that now. If you've got something you'd like to share with us about how you're feeling about those fees.
Well,
that would be helpful.
Miss Melissa, I'm very uninformed about this. And apparently I'm the only parent who is not actually educated who has decided to join this conversation.
Well, that's not true, actually. I'm really glad you're here because I think that it's important that you understand that. So what I'd love for you to do is just reach out to me by email, and I will email you the link to the fee schedule, and I will be happy to answer any questions you have and be happy to connect you with somebody at the district. Thanks, Leslie.
Hey, one thing I actually want to say is I chose my child to go to Salt Lake School District years ago before he was in kindergarten. And I really appreciate everything that you guys have done as a school district. I've stood by you through good and bad. And I really truly believe that you are the best school district. I want to keep my child in this school district as long as I can.
Thank you so much, Leslie. We appreciate you.
Melissa,
take care. We'll hear from you soon.
Maybe it'd be useful for you to explain to people that the fee schedule is based on last year's. There are some adjustments of about $5 to some fees, and then also explain the ability to waive fees.
Yes.
Maybe that would be helpful to our audience.
When fees are certainly waivable. If you have applied for free or reduced lunch, then those fees can be waivable. And as we've heard, most fees are waivable. And I would like to move on, but Leslie, if you want to go ahead and reach out to me, please do that. And if anybody's got questions, feel free to do that. We will have another public hearing for comments about our fee schedule at our next meeting. So that will be a good opportunity to close that loop. And Leslie, I'll hope to talk to you before that next meeting. Thank you. We don't have any other public comment, do we?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And thank you for taking that break to discuss our fee schedule. I do think it's important that we have that conversation with our public. I would encourage anybody to reach out with questions. We're happy to direct you to answers. Let's go back to our conversation about the motion that's on the table. Motion made by Christy and seconded by Hoel Lee, that we move to 4 days of in-person learning as an option beginning March 22nd, and that we ask our high school students to commit to one mode of learning, either remote or in person. That's the motion. I would be happy to hear comments from anybody we haven't heard from yet, and we can go back around the table if we have more comments after that. Lee?
Yeah. One thing is, not only for this, because we have a lot of things in discussion, just so that we can kind of understand what we would want to do. We have a motion to move things to action. Are we trying to have discussions during discussion, or are we going to try to have discussion in order to in the action, so that we just know as a board where we're going to spend our time and energy? Because I'm down to have discussion right now about this, but I know it's going to be brought up later during action, and then I would rather not have us continue to have discussion, except if we want to have discussion now, or if we want to move that there. That's just my general feeling for all of the things that we're going to be talking about today, and move to action.
I take your point. Let's go ahead and have a discussion to this motion, move it to action, and take action on it now. And then we'll go to the next item on discussion if that's comfortable with the board. So we've already begun discussion on the motion. So I want to just complete the discussion on the motion, and then we'll take action on the motion.
So I do have I have stuff. That was just procedural stuff. So Larry, my question is, are we going to do test to start like we did again? I guess, are we doing that again? Since I think, for those that are, especially that they didn't, if they're choosing their mode and they actually weren't really in person, are we going to make sure we do test to start? And if so, kind of with Catherine, what she brought up, being flexible for people, we're going to have a week trial before spring break. And then again, maybe some students might want to change after spring break because they're like, I didn't really like it. So there's questions like that I have.
Yeah, we've talked about a test on when we come back on April 5th. So after spring break. We haven't, that's not all solid yet, but I don't see anything that would get in the way of that. And I think it's a good idea. Our numbers have been very, very low. I think we want to do everything we can to make sure that they stay very, very low.
Thank you. Mohammed?
Thank you, Larry, for bringing that to the table for discussion. First of all, I'd like to extend a sincere thanks to all the principals and the staff and the teachers that have been working tirelessly to make sure the transition is very smooth. It has not been an easy one, but you all have done an amazing job. Thank you. And in regards to the 4-day return to a 4-day start, science has been pointing in the right direction, and that is fantastic, you know. But I have one question here about the comment second. I mean, why March 22nd and why not wait? We have like 1 week after that, April 5th, we can all begin. And I think, you know, if we were to present this to the legislators, they'll be very understanding because it takes a little bit of a time. We just transitioned to 2 days. Schools have been adjusting. Students who were not attending, they were observing to see what are the cases going to be like and how things are going to be happening. Now that we have seen it's almost 4 weeks, actually less than 4 weeks, we've been in 2 days, it'll only make sense and it'll benefit us and it'll benefit our schools and students themselves to actually just wait until we start next term and have like a fresh start. And that's, I'm thinking about it in terms of the logistic aspect of it.
Right. And so part of the thinking in our conversation with administrators, and I could certainly let Brian and Chris are welcome to weigh in on this as well, but we have, it kind of varies. So some of the administrators are anxious. They would rather go sooner. It was kind of the compromise date that I think we came up with all together. And I think there was a feeling of having a week, because we did talk about April 5th at one point in time, but there was a feeling that having a week before would allow us to get the kinks out with the full 4-day week. And then we can really hit the ground running for the last quarter and have that be the best school experience it can be for kids. Do you guys, Brian, Chris, do you want to add anything at all to that? You guys were in a lot of those conversations. I don't know that there's anything there.
No, Larry, you said it really well there. Just the idea that the fourth quarter starts right after spring break, and to be able to start it without it being clunky for the first week or two as we get going. We just thought we could get some of the processes and procedures that aren't worked out with having the possibility of all students back. Certainly there'd be more students back, but being able to work out those kinks made more sense that week. And it was a compromise between what we heard principals saying among the larger high schools too.
And that was the consensus with middle schools as well, was that there was folks who wanted to be in tomorrow or yesterday, to folks who wanted to come back beginning of the fourth quarter. But I do think it'll also give schools an opportunity to see just how many kids are showing up. It'll give them a better sense of any adjustments they need to make, and they would have some time over that spring break week, if necessary, to do some of that adjusting.
So it appears like, but 1 week is not going to give like a conclusive or some solid information about how it's going to be going post, once April 5th comes. Because I think that 1 week, it really is not going to be enough. That's just like the reality. I mean, if students, some people are going to be probably going already on spring break. They may leave early and be doing it virtually. And so that week before April 5th, the week before, starting on 22nd, it really is not going to give us enough information in terms of how many people are going to be joining us on board. That's just like my own observation, because a lot of families are going to be already probably getting ready for spring break. People are tired of being stuck home, and probably some of them are doing, online while on their vehicle, who knows? So there's just like there's something that I've been thinking about. I don't know. What do you think, Larry?
I still think that the 22nd is a good day to start. It does give us that week. I mean, there's going to be, it'll be interesting. There'll be some kinks to work out. I mean, time wise, right. I mean, a week in the world that we live in right now is maybe not so long. Maybe we don't get a whole ton of data, but we do get to iron out some of the kinks. We get to get some sense of how many students we're going to be dealing with in person. That might change a little bit starting on April 5th, but my inclination would be to get going. And I do think that finishing the second doses of vaccine on the 18th of March was sort of a compelling factor as well, and the fact that we have no teachers right now with that are as you look on our dashboard, that there are no active cases. So I think we're in a good place to do it, at least to provide that option. That we'll still have an online option. People still have a choice. But I think we're ready to go.
Do I have any other discussion? Oh, go ahead, Brian. I didn't.
Oh, I was just going to say Becky might be able to provide a little insight for us on this too. With our elementary, every week we had a third more of our students coming back, and we didn't put a 2-week lag between those groups of students. We did K2, and then a week later the next group, then a week later the next group. So that was part of our thinking. Becky, overall, how would you say that went for our elementary schools?
I think that phased re-entry, excuse me, was very positive. It gave teachers a chance to see what had worked the week before, share with each other and collaborate. It gave families to watch and give input. So overall, it went well. And that doesn't mean that there weren't kinks and bugs to work out, because that's exactly what happens. But it gives you the chance to gradually, in a phased way, address those. So I think it was positive.
Thanks, Becky. Do I have other comments to the motion? Go ahead, Christy.
Catherine and I it was a draw. So
okay.
You want me to go ahead, Catherine? Is that okay? First of all, Superintendent, thank you. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that you've put behind this recommendation to the board. I also want to thank you for listening to the comments that were made about how well things had been going at the middle schools with the opt-in versus the opt-out. And there was such a positive reinforcement of that kids, committed. But at the same time, if there needs to be some flexibility, with each individual child, as Catherine mentioned, if somebody wanted to come in for a specific, that they try and, accommodate those flexibilities. I also just want to mention shortly that I've been really overwhelmed by the number of emails that I've received from our teachers saying that they support this recommendation. It's been something that you had talked about that is out in our community. And the repetitive sentence in most of my emails is that they have missed their students. And having them, even though there might be some classes that are only a few, that they really have missed that interaction of a face-to-face with their students. So I just want to thank the district again for the quick response that we had in doing our vaccines, that by the 18th of March, everyone who has chosen to have a have a vaccine, that we'll be finished with that second round, but also to thank you for the clinics that are going to be set up. I think that that now goes out into our communities, you know, and that I was very impressed with the information in the flyer that you sent to us in today. And so thank you for that. And thank you for the conversation. And appreciate the people who have reached out to us and have supported you in this decision. So thank you.
Go ahead, Catherine.
So thank you, Christy. Those are some really good thoughts. And I have a couple things. So we would be starting at the last week of the third quarter. Is that what you're saying, Superintendent Madden?
Yes, that's correct.
And that timing aligns with what we would probably have to if Senate Bill 107 passes.
It sounds like it. That was kind of independent of this conversation and decision, but yes.
So I guess I would suggest that we consider starting at the fourth quarter, because it will be just complicated. If Senate Bill 107 does not pass, that we just start right after spring break, because that would make everyone's lives a lot easier. If we started right at fourth quarter, if 107 doesn't pass. The other thing is, I just want to say what Christy said, that my concern is that if we move high schools to be either fully online or fully remote, but allow individual situations and for students, my concern is that students who have people who advocate for them will be able to arrange their schedules the way they want to, or to be remote if they need to be, but students who don't will not. So that makes me worried when we say, well, students can individualize their plans. That means that students, I think that empowers already empowered students in a way that hurts students who don't have those advantages. And like I said, I'm concerned about if a student wants to avoid a class because the student feels like it's too full, or because the student would like to attend. And this is actually a real example of a parent in my district that I know who sends her child to woodshop, but nothing else. And so, he does the others remotely. So I'd like to see that flexibility for students. I think that's a reasonable choice. And that's what I'd like to have that going on. And I'd really like to see us just start with fourth quarter, because for 1 week in the last quarter, when the teachers are already trying to do grades, that's going to be really complicated for them and complicated for the students. So if 107 doesn't pass, I say we start this at the fourth quarter.
Do I have any more comments to the motion? Would you like me to repeat the motion? The motion on the table is that we move to action a 4-day-a-week in-person option to begin March 22nd, and ask our high school students to commit to a fully in-person or fully remote option.
So
motioned by Christy and seconded by Hoel Lee.
So I would move that we separate those two motions into two different motions, and that if we're able to, we don't have to do this for elementary schools because they are on trimesters, but that if we're able to start at the fourth quarter, we start at the fourth quarter for our high school and middle school students.
Point of order, Melissa Ford, I would just ask that maybe that distinction be made in a formal amendment to the motion.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a second. She's made a motion that we separate them into two separate motions, and we move to April 5th. Do I have it?
We would have to move it to. We would have to vote first to go to action, and then from when it's in action, we can
do
make
that.
amendments.
Okay. So let's move this topic to action. Can I take a motion to move the COVID-19 proposal from Superintendent Madden to action?
It was from Christy, and then I seconded it. That's what we were talking about.
Okay. So
So
let's move that to action. Let's go ahead and vote and move it to action.
Okay, so I would vote. So yes, Huele, yes.
Yes. Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yeah.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take action. The motion on the table is that we move to a 4-day-a-week in-person option beginning March 22nd, and ask our high school students to commit to a fully in-person or fully remote option. It was motioned by Christian, seconded by Hoel Lee. I'll go ahead and we can take action on that, or we have discussion to that.
I make the same
Or a
amendment separately to the motion that middle and high schools could start at fourth quarter if we're not required to start earlier. That would be the first amendment. And the second amendment would be that we consider the two motions separately.
What?
The two suggestions, the two parts of Superintendent Madden's proposal be considered as separate motions.
Let's go ahead and take that as a first amendment. Do I have a second to the amendment that we separate them?
Point of order.
Mm-hmm.
So the actual second part to the motion is to ask high school students to commit to one mode, in person or online. So that's actually the second, is what she's saying. So she just misspoke, you know.
Okay.
So I think that what my understanding is that your first motion that you're making, I think that if you're going to make the motion to amend, then, and if you want to separate them, then both have to be separate motions. They can't be two motions.
So that's what we're talking about, taking a motion to separate them into two separate action items. Do I have a second to that?
So just to be clear, the amendment from Catherine is, because you can only make one amendment. Your only amendment currently is to have secondary, so middle and high schools starting fourth quarter, if we're allowed to, with the legislation that's pending, right?
If I have to make the amendment together, I will. But my first one would be to separate the two things into two different votes. That we vote on whether to return, and then we vote on whether high school students need to be fully remote or fully in person.
So the amendment she's making is to separate them into two separate motions. Do I have a second for that?
Okay, just to clarify, we're in action, but no one's technically made a motion, so there is nothing to amend. That's the first thing I want to point out.
The main motion was moved to action. So the main motion.
So is that? So just to clarify. Okay. So then now to just hear there's an amendment to that motion, and from Catherine is to separate those two parts, which is one is when it starts, and then one is the mode. Right?
Just to separate it into two separate. There's no motion about either thing yet. It's just to separate the motion into two pieces.
So I will second it for discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have discussion to that? Okay. Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment, which is to separate the main motion into two pieces.
So yeah, Huele, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, no.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, no.
Christy Sweat, no.
Okay, well, that motion passes. So now we've got two separate. We've got the main motion. The amendment was to separate the main motion into two pieces and to address them separately. So the first motion, the first piece of the motion was that we begin with a 4-day-a-week in-person option beginning March 22nd. So that's the first part of the motion.
That's the first motion.
That's the first motion. Sorry, it's now separate. So the first motion is that we begin March 22nd with a 4-day-a-week in-person option. Any discussion to that motion?
I would move to amend that motion and say that if we're able to, we start our secondary schools at the fourth quarter rather than the last week of the third quarter, if we're allowed to by the legislature.
Do I have a second to the amendment?
I second.
Okay, so that motion has been made by Catherine and seconded by Mohammed. The motion is that if we're allowed to by the legislature, we begin a 4-day-a-week in-person option April 5th. Any discussion to that motion? Hoeli and then Christy.
Based on Jan and there's update, the latest bill can, if it passes and then it's signed on, the latest would be the 25th, right? And so but it could be any time before that. And so once that passes, that means we are required as a district to provide that option within that time whenever it's signed. So it could even be before the 22nd technically, but they're watching. And so and then as Jan mentioned, they always get a report from what we do every Tuesday. And so based on what I'm seeing, I would personally like it also after the spring break. But this, just based on this motion, it's just very complicated because we don't actually know what's going to happen. And but I think for us, I think it depends just how we word it. I think if we're able to do it after spring break, that would be nice. But the biggest thing that the legislature or just a law that is passed by the state is that we provide that option. So we might have to even amend this to say we will provide this option as soon as it passes, because it might have to be earlier. And then but then the latest whenever it is, because we actually don't know what that is. And so that's the only thing I would kind of even bring up, is because we don't know, it could be earlier or later. It just, that's the complicated aspect of this. And we can negotiate with them, but we won't meet until maybe 2 weeks, right? And so that's why it makes it even more complicated, and that's why we have to make a action now. So that's my only where I'm at, where I'm not even like, I think the language that Catherine's putting is, with if the legislature lets us that late, but it might have to be even more like whenever the legislation, if there's legislation, whenever that is, because it is between that time frame, but we don't actually have that. So that's all I'll share.
As
Thanks.
a friendly amendment.
No, there's no such thing as a friendly amendment. So we'll just go ahead and talk to this amendment, and then we'll maybe if we make another amendment if we need to. Is there any other discussion to this? Okay, go ahead, Christy.
Thank you. So I'm really uncomfortable with having a motion that says that we're going to wait for the legislature to make a decision about anything. The superintendent was very clear that this was not a recommendation that he made based on the legislature. I also think that I would like to ask the superintendent, would it make a difference, superintendent, if we said 4 days per week in secondary starting no later than April 5th? Would that give you the flexibility that you need, or would you rather it really have a hard date of March 22nd?
Now that's a tough question. Just given the conversations that we've had, I feel like we're ready. I would lean towards the 22nd.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. And so for me, I would speak against the motion that the superintendent has made a recommendation that we start secondary starting March 22nd.
My comment to the motion, just real quick, I'll be quick, Mohammed, is I would speak against the motion as well. I have secondary schools principals that have reached out to me would prefer to actually start before March 22nd. And so I feel like the superintendent's proposal is something I would like to support as a balance between that. And so that's my 2 cents. Mohammed, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, first of all, the motion has nothing to do with pending the legislature, the bill passing. We know the bill is going to pass, either we want or not. Based on what Yandre just said is that the legislators are waiting if we can give them like a date Like, if we can come up with something here, let's say, for example, if we go and we tell them, we all feel comfortable if we could start on April 5th, that would be great. And at that point, legislators can go ahead and just say, okay, so we'll go ahead and move with that. We'll accept that. We do not need to wait for it to become law under the signature of the governor. That's what I understand from listening to Yandre. So at this point here, basically is, it is left to us. The principals have already worked through so much to, start the schools. And I understand that 1 week, it can give a little bit of more information, but I personally really think it's not going to help much. The reason is because it's only a matter of preparation. If principals know that the school is going to be starting on the 5th, 4 days, they will be preparing towards that. So, yes, go ahead, Larry.
Can I just let Yandri make a clarification about something that she said before? Yandri, would you please do that?
Sure. I just wanted to clarify when I was asked about a date, that was just Senator Weiler being generous and trying to give us a little more flexibility. It doesn't necessarily mean that the conference committee would approve that date, but I just wanted to make sure it was clear that it's us letting them know a date doesn't mean it's a done deal. The conference committee would still have to vote on it. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that it's still a possibility that they could say no. Thank you.
Thanks, Yandri.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. Everybody's had a chance to speak to that motion. Unless there's others, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. Okay, Catherine, I see your hand.
Have a quick comment that I respect that point, Mohammed. I do believe the principals will be able to handle it easily. I'm worried about the teachers having all the kids back for 1 week when they're doing grades and things like that. It just, and they won't be seeing the kids won't be coming back to them. Right. So this is, and so in some ways it'd be nice to see them, but it'll be the last week. And I think it's a lot of disruption for those classes during the last week of the quarter when they're trying to get prepared to wrap everything up. That's my concern. I do think the principals will be able to handle it without any trouble. I also think that we could make it, like I said, for our secondary schools and not our elementary schools, because our elementary schools are on trimesters. And so it's not the same.
Our elementary schools are already have a 4-day-a-week option. So this is a secondary proposal. I would, now having everybody had a chance to speak to the amendment to the motion, let's go ahead and take action on the amendment. And the amendment to the motion is that we begin a 4-day-a-week option for secondary schools beginning April 5th, unless the legislature makes us do it sooner. That's the motion. And that's been motioned by Catherine. The amendment to the motion has been motioned by Catherine and seconded by Christy. Let's go ahead and vote on the amendment to the motion.
No, it was by Mohammed.
Mohammed that seconded that one. Oh, okay, I thought you seconded it for discussion. Okay, thank you. Mohammed seconded. Thank you. Let's go ahead and vote on the amendment to the motion.
I'm gonna have to vote no. Jorge, no.
No.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, no.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, no.
Christy Sweat, no.
Okay, so the amendment fails, which takes us back to the main motion. The main motion is that we begin 4 days a week of an in-person option for secondary schools, March 22nd. That was, the main motion was made by Christy and seconded by Halali. Any discussion to this main motion? Halali?
I just want to bring back the start to test to start. You mentioned that the test to start would be in April after spring break, right? So there won't be any test to start for this specific one, even though there's going to be a big wave of people coming in.
We hadn't actually talked about that one. So we can still have a conversation about that. I think maybe there's still time to pull that off, but we had not talked about that. We had talked about the 5th.
Any other discussion to the motion? Mohammed?
Yeah, so the fact that we do not have, any information if there's going to be, a test to start, on the starting the 22nd, that kind of like makes the matter a little bit rough. So I personally it would be fantastic if we could get some concrete information on that. Are we going to have those tests going on, especially if we're going to have a lot of people coming in? There is no better time than that day to have those than April 5th.
We can certainly talk about that one on the 22nd. And I think we could, my guess is that we can pull that off. And we've done it before. I think we learned a lot. I think we're good at it. So I think it's reasonable to think about testing those kids that come back on the 22nd.
And we do have the what we need to test them.
We do.
Correct?
We do.
So, okay.
We do. We just hadn't had that conversation, but I feel like that's something that I feel very confident that we can do. And I think it's a great idea.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Superintendent? If you are talking about testing, are you talking about testing anybody who has never been at an in-person option? So it's just the kids that have been only remote now choosing to come, because we have been testing and have the Hero Project testing available for students who are already in person on 2 days a week.
That one's fully optional. So I would think that this is not well thought out. So let me clarify with that. But I think the best way we could do this is to test on the 22nd, and maybe even bounce back 2 weeks later and test on April 5th, but then redo all. I think we can consider that.
We might want to test a week after spring break rather than.
Or maybe that's a better idea too.
On the 12th rather than.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion to the motion?
Just a quick
Go
question.
ahead. Yep.
Go ahead. I just started thinking about it because I know we give food to our people that are remote anyways, but do we still give food during the spring break too? That's a question I didn't realize.
That's a good question,
I
Holly.
actually don't know the answer to that.
Okay, we'll get some follow-up for you. Thank you. Let's go ahead, and if there's not any other discussion to the motion, let's go ahead and take action on the motion.
So Huele, yes.
Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, no.
Hey, Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, no.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, so that motion passes. Now let's go to the other motion that's on the table, which is that we ask our high school students to commit to a fully remote or a fully in-person option. Any discussion to that motion? Go ahead, Catherine.
I would just reiterate that we don't actually have a guarantee in this motion that we are going to accommodate students. And I also feel that even if we do, that it disadvantages students who are unable to advocate or have someone advocate for them, which is our minority and low-income populations in general.
Any other discussion to this motion?
I would just maybe put just like a buffer time, like by a certain day people could explore. I just really feel like students should feel like they could explore, but there's like a final day that they can be like, yeah, you really got to choose by this day what you want to do. Because I know people have been trying and they've only had 2 days a week. So I think it would just be good to maybe give them those 2 weeks, the first week before spring break, and then and then after spring break, and then the second week of the quarter they can really kind of finalize and say, yeah. I know that'll be really tricky, but they say what they're going to do before. So just like you're asking them anyways, but to really finalize it and make say like, okay, you're going to stick with this now. But people can still be very flexible just because you never know, right?
Yeah.
Thanks. Well, I see you speaking to flexibility. I want to give the superintendent some time to address this because this came from his proposal. So I want to make sure he has an opportunity to
Yeah,
speak
no,
to
I
this.
appreciate that. And I think, but so for me, I'd like them to commit so that we have a good sense. But within all of that, within the work that we do, not just during this pandemic, but all the time, I mean, our schools know their students well, and we're always going to have to maintain some level of flexibility. So I don't mean for this to be so rigid that it doesn't allow us to take care of the needs of individual students, because they vary. But it will help us, and it'll help our administrators in our schools in planning if we do ask people to tell us if they're going to be in person or remote. Then we'll go do the hand-to-hand work to make sure that our students are getting exactly what they need.
Thank you, Superintendent. Christy, go ahead.
So thank you for saying that. I think that what Joelle has said, and also the superintendent, I appreciate how thoughtful that is. I would turn to school support right now because my understanding, we have a really great model right now with our middle schools. And my understanding is that those flexibilities have been, provided for students on a case by case. That's what I've heard. So I would love to hear either, whether it's, I don't know, any of you, the three of you from your networks, if you've been hearing, because I think that we can glean from the example that the middle schools are, that's what the high schools would look like also.
I'll jump in. I think what we have out there is a remarkable group of teachers who've adapted to whatever we've thrown at them. And I think the challenge is obviously what we've seen is change after change, which is completely understandable. I also think that our middle schools, just based on how they've structured their schedules, are in a space where it's really simple for them to move from 2 to 4 days. Simple in terms of structures, maybe not psyche as much, but what we've seen is great success in multiple modes of learning at our middle school levels. So I think regardless of where the date lands, you've got people ready to make that shift. And I think part of what's made it a little easier at the middle school level is obviously they're a little smaller. So a little easier for them to make those connections that they need to on that individual basis when the flexibility has been there. When the flexibility maybe isn't there, they've still been able to reach out to the kids that they've needed to connect with.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that perspective. Any other comments to the motion? I'll repeat the motion. It's that we ask our secondary students, our high school students, to commit to an in-person option or a remote option. Okay, let's go ahead and take action. Oh, go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify that. So when we say to commit, that does not mean that if they say they're going to be remote, then they are remote 100%, and there is no leeway for them. Let's say, they change their mind a couple of weeks later. Can they come back or no?
Superintendent, do you want to address that?
I think those are the kind of one-off conversations that they have at school. Again, I think it's about meeting the needs of the individual student. What we're trying to prevent is, and this is what's come from the administrators and even some of the teachers, is they don't know who's going to be in their class on any given day. And I can see it maybe almost more from a teacher point of view, is it can be kind of difficult if one day I have 4 and then the next time I come back to that very same class and I have 12, and I'm trying to plan maybe how to do a lab or something, and I'm doing it with some kids remote and some kids in person. I think it was more cumbersome than we thought it would be. all of that said, when it comes down to it, we're gonna work with our individual kids and families to try to create the best situation possible. We're trying to do it so that it works as well as it can for us and as well as it can for the student. And it's a bit of give and take.
Thank you, Superintendent. Catherine, do I see your hand? Go ahead.
I think that's an ideal, Superintendent Madden, and I think that's not what you would have done as principal. But I'm not sure that always plays out, especially not for all of our students. And that's my concern, is that this is a pretty rigid thing that we're voting on. And that's my big concern, is that it can be taken rigidly if because we're voting on it. We've had things, I've had many times things thrown back in my face as a board member. Well, this is what you voted for. And so that's my concern with this, is that, like I said, if a student has a parent that's able and willing to go in and say, my student will be in person now, or my student will be remote or something like that, then that student will have his or her needs or their needs met, but other students may not.
Yeah, I think this is a difficult question. I do get that, but I've also heard from some parents that would like to have the choice, because they want their student to be in school full time, and the student's like, well, I don't have to. I can go to this class and I can come home from this one. So I don't know that we're going to find an ideal solution that actually fits every single need, but I do trust our people in the schools, and I trust our network directors and our ability to work with those people. And I think you're right. Sometimes we need to coach a little bit on how we are going to, meet individual needs.
Hoali?
Yeah, I'll just add, I've been on both sides of this coin. So as a university student, you did this in the fall, but they made it flexible. They're like, you could come in person or you could come virtually. And I was like, oh, okay, let me try it out. That's why I was like, it was nice to really be flexible and try it out. But then they were like, now you have to choose. And I was like, oh crap. And so, but last year, 12 months ago, the pandemic kind of hit, but I was teaching. I teach at the U too. And before the pandemic, I always allowed my students to come virtually, call in or be in person. So I was kind of ahead of the game before the pandemic hit, but I hated it because I provide that option because I'm not kind of a teacher. But like you're saying, I understand the frustration from the teachers, where it's like some days one student will come because they're all like, oh, I don't want to drive to class. And I was really annoyed because I had a group activity I wanted to do and I couldn't do it. And so I understand totally as a teacher and as a student how they're feeling. But that's why I think I support this. But if we have to add the word flexible in here somewhere, because of just like I was saying, I've heard the same things from the community and generally, but we're trying to help the district understand that there's a cultural shift, that when we vote as a board, we are trying to be flexible with anything, right? And this, but the history of the district is sometimes that wasn't interpreted correctly, and so I think that's just why we're hesitant a little bit. But we understand that, and everything you're saying, I believe and I like, because you are totally telling us it is going to be flexible to what that makes sense. And so, but yeah, like I really support this. I think it makes sense. The teachers really need this. Like I said, as a teacher, this helped me a lot to know who's going to be in when for certain pedagogical activities. And then also, like you said, with students, it really helps the students to make a decision. You got to make a decision at some point to be like, are you going to go in person or not? And so I'm just saying, I really love this. And like I said, if we can really make it clear, we're going to be as flexible as much as we can.
Okay, thank you, Hoali. I appreciate that. Do I have any other discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on the motion, which is we will ask our high school students to commit to a fully in-person or fully remote option. That's the motion.
So roll call vote?
Yep.
Okay, so Huele, yes?
Yes. Jenny Sika, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, no.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Whoops, sorry, Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, thank you. And Superintendent, so that motion carries. Thank you, Superintendent. I would then, based on the conversation surrounding the motion, Superintendent, encourage you to share that flexibility language with principals and teachers so that we can work with individual students and meet their individual student needs.
Melissa, could you maybe add one more piece to that, which would be, and that was a great directive, I think, based on the conversation, but to also add in superintendent to work with the network directors, so that it flows evenly, so it would be from you, through our network directors to our principals, to our teachers, to speak to some of the issues that Catherine brought up and Mohammed and Hoeli about the flexibility around students and also the advocacy for our students that, may need a little bit more help.
No, that was my first thought was I'll talk to these three people right here about this.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's good. Thank you, board members, for the conversation. Appreciate the work. And so thank you. Let's go ahead and move to the next item on the discussion agenda, which is the school allocations. And I'll give you the mic, Alan. Go ahead.
Okay, Superintendent Manning, can I share my screen?
Should work now, Alan.
Okay. So school allocations, both current year and next year, are attached to the board agenda. I just want to quickly go through what is included in the attachments, and then we're going to deep dive in one or two of the attachments. This first schedule, I have to move everybody over so I can see. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Which it didn't get any bigger. There we go. So this first schedule is allocations for the current 2020-21 fiscal year. Followed by the next schedule, you can see up here is proposed for the 21-22 school year. Schedule number 3 is the carryover. So that's what has been allocated to the schools throughout the years that they have not spent and carried over to subsequent years. This schedule here is the Title I allocation, how we allocate Title I funds to the schools. Here we have a schedule that's called General Education Allocation Standards. So this is showing how many FTE, the meat of this is how many FTE or how many teachers per school do we allocate based on their projected enrollment. And this last schedule is more general education standard allocations. So this blue sheet was FTE allocations. The one that's got the green header is dollar amount allocations. So today I'm going to largely talk about this dollar amount allocations. So keep this green sheet in mind, and I want to go focus on the 2021-22 school allocations, because once we understand that, well, the current year's is the same, and you understand the carryovers. But this green sheet, these allocations, this is the building block for the school allocations. So these numbers we see here is how we calculate and generate the numbers in the actual school allocation sheet. So I'd like to go through here column by column and just kind of discuss each of the columns and how we come up with that number and what it means. Let me get on the right sheet. Now I know these numbers are a little bit small and it's kind of hard to show it on a screen, but I'm available for questions, and as part of the budget process, we will have small group discussions as well in April, and we can go over this again in detail at that point if you would like. So this first, we have all of our schools down the left side, and then here's our projected average daily membership for next year, 21-22. So Sam Quantz develops those projections using past year's history, past year's retention rates, which means, you know, I have so many kids in the first grade one year, how many of those same kids come back in the second grade? And then how many of those kids come back in the third grade? So there's some history that he uses to generate those projections. This year with the pandemic, you know, it threw a little bit of a curve in the projections, but we did try and take into account, okay, we lost some kids to the pandemic. Some of those kids will come back. So we've made some adjustments to use our best guess of how many of those kids will come back. Now, I think it's important to know that these allocations, once we get the October 1 counts next year, we do an adjustment to these allocations. So if you have more kids come than we had projected or less, we will adjust your school budget allocation accordingly. So this first column, APIB, those are allocations just to the high schools for their AP and IB programs. And on the green sheet, and this is where I wish everybody had multiple screens and we could pull them all up. But on the green sheet, that's the very first column. So we allocate $12.69 per projected ADM to the 3 high schools for use in their AP and IB programs. And you see that there, the 24,581, 24,378, and 32,702 for the 3 high schools is that allocation. Now those dollar amounts have been long-standing. I don't know the history of how they ever came to be, but that dollar amount is the same as it's been for the last several years. This next column, board distributed student achievement funds. So on the green sheet, this is actually made up of several different pieces of the green sheet. We have some audio-visual supplies, elementary at 44 cents a kid, middle at 42, and high school at 43. We also have, it's called board distributed student achievement funds at the elementary. That's $90 a kid, middle $122.02, and high school $95.25. Now, those 3 numbers there have increased from when you saw those that were on the board last year saw this, because if you remember, we did approve an increase to the hourly salary schedule. And since most of our hourly salaries are at the school level, we allocated extra money as approved by the board to the schools to cover that increase to the hourly salary schedule. So if you compare this green sheet, those dollar amounts to last year's, you will see there is a difference, and that difference is because of that hourly adjustment we did to the salary schedule and those extra funds we allocated to the schools. So then on board distributed student achievement funds at risk per ADM, well, ELL and ADM. So we allocate additional funds based on English language learner counts for the schools, and at risk, which is where we're using free and reduced lunch counts. So those are additional resources that get allocated to the schools. And that on the green sheet is called the per at-risk school plus school risk ADM. So that's a flat dollar amount that we allocate to the schools. So the per student amount can change from year to year depending on what the projected ADM is, because we're still allocating the same dollar amount district-wide, but that will vary. So if you again compare this year's green sheet to last year's green sheet, those numbers are going to change, but it's because we're allocating the same grand total dollar amount to the different schools based on their ADM. Next column over board distributed student achievement funds school lunch. So several years ago, we centralized the cash receipting process for school lunch to the school offices. So the lunch rooms were not collecting cash. As such, we allocated $3,000 to each elementary and middle school. That comes out of the Child Nutrition Fund. It's a transfer we do at the end of the year to help cover the cost of collecting those funds. The high schools don't get any of that money because at the high school level, the lunch funds are still collected in the cafeteria. Extra secretarial help, again from the green sheet. Elementary gets $7.86 per ADM, middle $2.76, and high school 31 cents per ADM. And so we just take the math of those dollar amounts times their projected ADM, and it generates the money that schools can use if they wanted to hire an extra hourly part-time help in the office. They use it to pay overtime for their office clerks. Next over, library books, AV supplies, and periodicals. Just gotta make sure I'm losing count of which column number in my map. So this is column number 7. So on the green sheet, again, you can see there's 2 sections, one called library books and one called periodicals. So it's taking those per ADM numbers, timesing it by their projected ADM, and it generates the funds here that's allocated to schools for their library books and their periodicals. Substitute teachers. This is column number 8. So again, this is another one. If you remember, we did increase the pay rate for substitutes last year. As such, we allocated additional funds to the schools to cover that increased cost of substitutes. So again, as you compare the green sheet this year with the green sheet last year, you are going to see an increase. Now, they did receive those funds this year as well, but the green sheet was presented to the board prior to those decisions being made and approved. So if you were comparing green sheets last year to this year, you would see that increase, and it's due to the increase in the substitute rate that was approved by the board effective this year. Supplies and textbooks, column 9. Again, elementary schools at $73.11, middle is $78.61, and high schools at $94.61. Again, unless I indicate that there's been a change to you, these are the same rates that we've been using for the past several years. High schools, extracurricular activities that we allocate each $287,705. That covers the stipend payments for athletic coaches, the transportation costs for athletic teams to get to and from their sporting events. There's also built in there some discretionary leeway for principals to determine how to best use it, whether it's uniform, supplies, etc. Referees are also built into there. So that allocation is the same as the prior years. Each school also gets an allocation of equipment. This allocation is intended for them to use for computers, for staff, and other electronic, computer and peripherals, shall we call it. And that's, again, elementary schools 344 an ADM, middle schools 322, and high schools 221. And then we have state school land trust. So that's an allocation that the state gives us. The State Board of Education tells us, here's how much money each school gets of their land trust money. That generally is based on ADM, but it's calculated by the State Board of Education, and they give that to us. This number in this column is what it will be for next year. They've already given us that number, and it will not change. We have added this column. I don't believe the TSSA was in last year's presentation, but the TSSA is the Teacher and Student Success Act. So that was a new source of funds allocated by the legislature. This is, we're currently in year 3 of those funds. Those are ongoing. Those generally do follow the similar allocation to as the land trust funds. However, the state does not give us that allocation yet. So as the state gives us a final allocation for that, those numbers could tweak a little bit, but I don't expect them to change too much. So what we've done right there is use their current year numbers to project for next year. And then as the state gives us the 21-22 allocation, we will update those numbers. Title I and family involvement. So this is one of your sheets is specifically for Title I. So the Title I allocation is based on free and reduced lunch counts. So as we look at percentage of each school of number of students that are qualifying for free and reduced, And then we generate what's called a per poverty child allocation, sometimes called PPA. And then we try and group those schools that are in similar groupings of, how many of what percentage of their students are on free and reduced. And we allocate Title I resources to those schools. You can see as you look at your Title I allocation this year, Nibley Park is new this year. Their free and reduced lunch hit 50%, which is about what the threshold is. And then so we said, okay, we have to include them now because they have the same percentage as other Title I schools. The trick there is we've still allocated about the same amount of Title I money because that's what we're getting from the state. So when we're adding a new school, it has an effect on the other schools because we're taking the same amount and allocating it. So you will see some negatives. Some schools have a reduction in their Title I due to two reasons. Number one, we are allocating money to an additional school this year. And as ADM counts go down, the Title I allocation also goes down.
Alan, can I ask you to just clarify something then? So how is the determination made for Title I funding? It's when they hit a certain threshold of free and reduced lunch, and when was that determination made?
So this sheet gets made in the first part of December. It has to be sent to the state first part of December so they can allocate the funds for next year. And I don't know if Missy's on this meeting, and she's the one that generates this spreadsheet as our Title I director. I can only see 4 people on my screen right now.
She is not on this meeting.
Okay. She promised you she would be, but I'm going to have a chat with her. So she generates this this sheet, and then I review it before we send it off to the state for their approval. So from the sheet, it looks like 50% is pretty close to where the cutoff is. And then our Title III funds. So we did change the way we are allocating Title III funds for the 21-22 year. And Peggy Patterson, I did see her on the meeting. She is our Title III director. And if she would like to speak to the change we did to the whys and the theory behind that, I'd appreciate the input.
Okay, thank you, Alan. So we yearly have a report from the USBE on looking at how we run our Title III program. And for the last several years, the recommendation has been that we need to look at the method that we allocate funds to our school serving MLLs. The specific recommendation states that review and evaluate the effectiveness of the method used to allocate resources to individual schools, to impact the school's increased success for English learners. It also goes on to say that the burden for each school should be based on specific differentiated needs of the students and their families. In the past, we had done a flat rate of $3,000 to every elementary school, and then a per MLL on top of that, which was around, it fluctuated, but it was around $23. And that was for our elementaries and our middle schools. And our high schools had a flat rate of $5,000. What we noticed was happening is our funds were not being expended. So for last year in our elementary schools, out of the roughly $200,000, we had a remaining balance of $109,000. In our middle schools, of the $45,000 that was allocated, we had a remaining balance of $10,000. And in our high schools, of the $20,000 that was allocated, we had a $17,000 remaining balance. The reason for those balances is that two reasons really. One is that the funding is minimal. So at the very highest rate, school would be getting $16,000 if they had a high number of multi-language learners. In cases where high schools were only getting $5,000, it was really difficult to spend those funds because they can only be used on in three ways. They could be used for curriculum instruction, for professional development for teachers and staff and administrators, or family involvement. And they had other funds that they could use for those expenditures as well. And so it was that restrictive nature and the small amount put together made it really difficult to spend those. So I was asked to look at some of the methods used in other districts, and I spent quite a bit of time, about a year, really combing through that and talking to people. And other districts where the USBE believed it was a more equitable way were using a per pupil only, not this flat rate. And they were just using it for schools with high levels of MLLs, and then for other expenditures, the district was paying for that. So I presented a budget. I talked with Larry and Alan at the beginning of the year to make sure that they thought this was a good idea. So I worked on it and then took it back to a committee of principals that I formed. So there were principals from elementary, middle, and high school, Title I and non-Title I representative. And they agreed that yes, these funds are difficult to spend with being a small amount and fairly restrictive. So we came up with, we recommended that we fund all of our elementary Title I's at a per pupil spending rate. And that at the, that was for the elementary and middle school. The high schools said, we really do not want the funding if you can then provide us the professional development that we need. And so that's what we've agreed to do, is at the district level, we pay for 2 specialists, 1 elementary, 1 secondary, and they provide professional development along with a few of the, we have a few curriculum supports that we use. And so we partner with those entities and provide the professional development. We also provide the curriculum to all elementary schools for their MLLs. And then we also provide the stipends for the training for the site-based alternative language service coordinator that helps carry out all these activities. So that's what the funding was based upon. I do have, and Ellen has, a detailed spreadsheet that shows where all that money is going. But that's what we're proposing to do for this upcoming year. Are there any questions?
Any questions specific to the Title III allocation for Peggy?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So I think, well, you know what, Alan, I think I'm going to let you finish, and
Okay.
I'll just ask you the questions specifically. I don't need to ask Peggy.
Okay, thank you. Missy's in on the meeting now. So Missy, did you want to add anything to the Title I allocation that I didn't already cover?
Yes, just a few things in. I didn't have a link to it, so I've been on the meeting the whole time, but Alan was covering it really well. So way to go, Alan. Our Title I, I think, Melissa, you asked the question is, how is that peer pupil expenditure determined? And it is based on the amount of kids on the free and reduced lunches. So we do have some kids that are some of our schools that are 100%. We also have where they are allowed to have what is called a CPU school. And that is where they don't have to collect the forms for each of the students for their schools. And they are all based out of, so their numbers are based up from 95% and up. But adding Nibley this year, they hit over the 50% mark. And we wanted to make sure we still were able to keep funding for Whittier for their all-day kindergarten. And so we were able to add them based on the same amount of money that we had. Again, it did take down some of our schools, but I think being able to keep Whittier in that in there for their all-day kindergarten was important to do. So I hope I was able to explain what the PPE is. It's a number that when I take it, I have all of the students, the state gives me a total amount, so such as 5 million, and then I break it down into each of these schools that qualify for Title I money, and then we break it down student per pupil. This also amount goes toward our private schools. So when that funding, they give me how many students they have, and then that same amount, if they were to go to Benyon, that student would be able to get that same amount of pupil in the private schools. Because we have to make sure we meet maintenance of effort.
And then this sheet ends by just kind of showing a comparison. It breaks it down and does a per student. So it takes all of these columns we've talked about and gives a total and divides it by the projected ADM. So it shows a per student expenditure or per student allocation. So you see some are quite a bit higher than others. That's largely due to our risk factors, our Title I factors. So those schools are being allocated additional resources to address their specific needs there. We show the 21-22 proposed, the 20-21 revised, and then the difference. So you can see some schools are losing this year, some schools are gaining. That loss is kind of, I mean, that change is built with two parts. I mean, but it's largely as ADM goes down, you know, there was that one column we talked about that's a flat dollar amount that gets allocated, but most of those columns are a specific dollar amount per ADM. So as we project ADM to go down, funding will also go down. But I just want to repeat, on October 1, if we see, you know what, our projections were off, we do make additional budget changes to the schools. So again, this sheet we really dove into was for next year, 21-22. The previous sheet is the current year as revised. So it got revised with the October 1 counts. It also, and then we have the carryover sheet, which shows, you know, cumulatively how much each school is carrying over. So in total, we have $4.7 million of funds that are carried over for all the schools in total. That's available for them to use into the next year as well. And you can see there each school, you know, it varies different amounts depending on how the school has chosen to spend their money. So this is what we call the school allocation, or largely it's school discretionary funds. You know, Title I funds have to be used within the Title I rules, but it's largely up to the school to determine how these funds get used. It's that FTE, so the blue sheet that we say, okay, you get 15 teachers to teach your school. On top of that, you have the school allocation that you at the school level can determine how to best use those funds in your school to meet your needs. So I know that's a lot of numbers and a lot of talking by me, but I'd be happy to take any questions and do my best to answer them.
Go ahead, board members. We'll go around with questions. Go ahead, Christy.
Thank you. So Alan, first, you know, I appreciate the work that's gone in. I mean, it always is really hard to get all of this together. And I appreciated that you did send us a letter saying that you felt like you needed to send this out to the schools before the board saw it. And so I would just like to request, you know, going forward, that we try not to do that, because there are some very specific things that you've just pointed out to us that normally would come to the board first as a discussion, and so that we would be prepared for it. So I just want to point a couple of those things out, and then maybe as we go forward to talk a little bit more about how those decisions could be made. So for me, as a learning moment for our new board members, and then also, I mean, for me also, I numbered my pages a little differently. So I numbered Alan's cover page as number 1. So I take number 2 and number 3 and I compare those. And I would just say that's the best way to do it, because you see what the current year is page 2, and then his proposed is page 3. And that's where, Alan, I saw, you know, the addition of Nibley, you know, with the Title I. And again, that should have been traditionally, or it's something that has always been brought to the board beforehand, before it goes out to the schools, so that we can talk about why we're moving that particular school into Title I as a recommendation from you. And I think that it's difficult now to pull that back, right? I mean, the board wouldn't be able to say, okay, pull that back, you know, because Nibley has already been identified. But what concerned me when I looked at that, and you pointed it out on the sheet that just has the, and Missy talked about it, and if Missy's still on the phone, maybe she could help me understand. So dipping below the 50%, so now if 50% is going to be our threshold for free lunch, and you dip below 49, we have 2 schools at 49%. So now we're on page 5. That's just that specific proposed Title I comparison that Missy was talking about. There's 2 schools that are at 49%, but their allocation for 2021-22 is vastly different. So if you go all the way to the end of that, and you can see under 2022, you've got Washington that has 825 and Whittier that has 540. And so I don't understand how they're both at 49%, but they have vastly different numbers.
Missy, do you want to address that?
Oh, yes. That, Christy, it's based on what each of the schools' needs are. And in the past, the per pupil expenditure has always been less for Whittier in that amount because of their need for, we were funding for the all-day kindergarten over there. And so that's where we needed to, I had to put Nibley in this year because they did meet that 50% threshold, which is by federal law, 50% or greater. And so to be able to keep Whittier in, if you go back to past funding, you will always see that their pure pupil expenditure is, their PPE is lower than what somebody else's is. They're always on the bottom, but so that we could be able to fund that all-day Title I, all-day kindergarten. I'm sorry.
So I think that, Alan, that'd just be a great conversation for us to have, because that seems very inequitable, you know, to look at that vast difference where they're both 49%. And what we're talking about is just a kindergarten piece. And so that would be something that I think would be really good for us to talk about as a board, so that we can learn a little bit more about the 50% threshold. And if we go into to those bubble schools, how far do you go? Right. You know, to when you drop below the 50%, because now we've added 2 schools in, which then again goes to your point, it dilutes the money, right? So that was something that was that stood out to me that I would love to have a bigger conversation about. The second one is the Title III dollars for me. And I appreciate Peggy's historical perspective on that. But again, that would have been really great if you would have come to the board back when you had the conversation with Larry and said, we're thinking about doing away with all of the schools except the Title I schools are going to only be the ones to receive, you know, the Title III dollars. And because I'm looking at, even though it's a small amount of money, Peggy's saying that, for instance, you know, that Dilworth or Beacon never used that money, that would be something that would just been great for you to come to us and talk to us about it, so that we understood, you know, why that was changing in the budget, since that's one of our biggest, you know, responsibilities is the fiduciary piece of our budget. So that concerned me a little bit. I was glad that I got to hear that piece from Peggy, although that was all, it already happened. It was already all done before it ever came to us for a conversation. So I would just like to see us have that conversation. It should come to the board, you know, and then whatever your recommendation is, we can have a discussion and then, you know, go from there. I am concerned, and I would like us to talk about at another date about the board distributed student achievement funds, the at-risk, because it's been since Dr. Withers, Superintendent Withers, that we really had a big discussion about all of the identifiers that we were using. We tried to make it really broad and big. And I know this year with the EARS that they're trying to narrow, you know, those at-risk factors. Is that right? You know, of how that's distributed. But it does concern me when I see, and I will say that, you know, I looked at my schools, when I see under, it would have been your column number 3, when it says that Beacon Heights, you know, lost, you know, quite a bit of money because you have to compare it to the year before, which was 31,402, and this year they're now to 5,000. And that's a significant amount of money that they're not receiving any longer. And so just walking us through that, you know, would have been, it's helpful for me so that when I for sure will get a conversation, you know, about that in some way, shape, or form, because the school budgets will be shared at the school site. And then when we're sitting in a SCC meeting, that will be asked. And I wouldn't have been able to answer why that much money was no longer there. Does that
and
make
in that case,
sense?
because there's like a base, and I
Right.
believe it's 25,000 if you have if you meet a certain percentage.
Uh-huh.
If you're 1/10 over it, you get it. If you're 1/10 underneath it, you don't. So when
Is
you
that
see
on
that,
our green
no,
sheet?
no, that
Okay.
is not.
Okay.
So I know there's a couple schools that, you know, drop down below in those counts, and so,
Right.
you know, they lose it based
Right.
on that.
So for me, I think that if there was a way for us going forward to take the current year and the proposed year and kind of match those, you know, so that we know what the allocation was that we're working from and that what you're proposing. And I know a lot of times it looks similar, but this year it looks really different, you know, with some of the allocations that we've got, and especially some of the schools that are losing significant amounts of money. And I know that's a lot of different factors, as you said, across the columns, but it gives me a little bit of consternation when I don't really know how to answer questions. You know, when I'm sitting in a meeting and I'm asked about this, I especially feel like that, you know, when we change over the years, we've had significant conversations about Title I and that threshold. And I think that was probably the first time I heard, you know, Missy say that there is a federal requirement of 50%. You know, so I think that that's something for us to really look at. I don't remember ever hearing that. And so just being able to have that bigger discussion for me would help me. And I don't know how our new board members feel, but it's overwhelming, you know, to look at all of this and to look at the columns and to understand it. But for me, that's the only way I can try and figure out sometimes, Alan, is looking at my green sheet, which means money, and taking those 2 years, you know, and being able to compare them so that I have a good idea of what you're proposing. So I think those were the questions that I wanted to ask. And then just to ask Melissa and Nate to please continue to have this on our agenda. I think there's specific parts of this, and especially around the at-risk and with the EARS money, to be able to talk about how, you know, that is, just because it's been such a long time since we've really talked about how we distribute those funds and what that looks like. And I think that would be good for us to really look at with that equity lens, you know, that we've been talking about, and also with our title dollars, because I think that it makes me a little uncomfortable about the conversation around Title III, you know, that happened without, you know, us really knowing what was going on. But I appreciate how thorough Peggy was in her report about it, but I just did wish that it had come to us before. And I know that that was impossible because of our schedule and with the superintendent search and everything, that this went to the schools before it came to us. And so going forward, I would just hope that, you know, we could try and do that differently. But going forward from this point, to be able to dig into some of these pieces that you really feel like we need to have a little bit more information about, and looking at those two side by side, that would be helpful for me. So
Yeah,
thank
absolutely open to, I mean, these are big, long spreadsheets. And if they're not giving you the information you want, let's talk about it, and let's adjust them so they do give you the information that you do want.
Thank you, Christy. I did write down the things that you want us to have deeper conversations on as well, and I'm sure Alan was taking notes too. Hoel Lee, go ahead.
I have a good amount of topics too. But as people have mentioned, even when I like watching congressional hearings, which are just stuff which most people don't do on their free time. But you know, people bring up how budgets are moral documents, right? They show us where our values are. And so here, seeing all this, it is, you know, I don't like seeing numbers too much, but just breaking it down from what I've seen, I'll tackle the simple things. Well, I think I simple things first, where like you just mentioned, it's like I don't see them on here, so it would be nice to see them. I don't see out of the $3,000 that each school gets, elementary schools for the lunch, and I didn't see how they got carried over. So I'm just inferring that all those $3,000 were used. So I didn't see that in the carryover. So it would be nice to see that. There's some things that I didn't see being carried over, especially specifically that. So if that could be added, that's one thing, which is very simple. The other thing is, I'll jump to the about the extracurriculars. So I see that the three main boundary high schools, East, Highland, West, get the same amount of extracurricular stuff, and I don't think that makes any sense. For lots of reasons. And I saw that was happening for the past, at least last year, and then now this year. I don't know how many years that's been happening. But I just don't think that's when equality, sameness is not always equitable, right? I think we understand what equity means. And so I think that was just a general conversation, like I said, in the future about why is it that money? So if you add all those together, that's around $863,115, and then it's just divided by 3, right? So it's equal amount to each school. I just the historical context of why that is, and then why does that need to continue? Why or why not, right? So that's just, I saw that one and that stood out because everything most of the time is actually connected with the ADM or just general per person, right? Except that, which I didn't understand. I don't know. I didn't understand that. So that's one thing. I guess
Well,
you could
I can address
touch on
your
that.
2 questions before you go on, because I might
Yeah.
forget what the first one was. So first of all, on the carryovers, a lot of these columns you see get combined into one program. So we really don't, once they're combined in that program, we don't track which dollar was the $3,000 or which dollar was this, because they're all into one program. So all we can really track is carryover for that program and not necessarily column per column. I mean, if a school had to manage a separate program for each of these columns, they struggle managing what they have already. So that's why the carryover is just presented in a grand total amount. I know the extracurricular activities was addressed 2 years ago. And I think the simple answer is each high school, regardless of how big they are, has one football team, one basketball team, one golf team. And so this is to cover the cost of the coaches, cost of the travel. A basketball team, they play 5 players at a time. So that was the reasoning behind why it's even, because the participation is even regardless of big or small school. But yeah, definitely something we can always further discuss as well.
Awesome. So a question. So the extracurricular is only sports?
This piece is only sports, yes.
Okay, so with the extracurricular is only sports. Maybe we could just call it sports, extracurricular sports, because there's a lot of extracurriculars, right?
Yeah.
That's where I was confused. I was like,
I think it's all high school activities association things, right? Isn't that?
Yes, it goes to cover coaches, it goes to cover refs, it goes to cover buses and transportation. So that's where that money goes for. It's high school activities. So that includes debate.
Right. Anything that's governed by the Utah High School Activities Association.
Oh, so it does include clubs, like student clubs.
Some, not, I mean, like drama is, I believe drama is governed by the Utah High Schools Association. So that would be included to cover the cost of the drama coach.
That's such a great question that you're asking, though, Holly, because what's sanctioned and what's not sanctioned. So nothing that's not sanctioned is covered in those. Everything that is sanctioned by the Activities Association is covered in all of the things that Melissa said. So it does, like, even if you had a debate team, if you had a debate team, there's so many kids that are on a debate team, they try and allocate it, that way. That was a good question.
When lacrosse was sanctioned a couple of years ago, we increased that dollar amount to help cover the cost of lacrosse.
Okay, cool. That's good to know. And then the next thing is connected to a little bit to the title. I have a lot of questions about Title I. I think we're gonna have to have another time for Title I for sure.
I would be happy to bring Missy back to discuss Title I.
I'd be happy to come back.
The first thing is just even on this paper where it talks about Title I know just to show it on here. I know that high schools don't get Title I funding. I understand that, but still there's a column on there, free lunch. I know that students in high school can qualify for free lunch, right? And if we can just have those numbers of how many high schoolers are getting free lunch, that would just be nice, even if it's not Title I funding. Does that make sense?
Kind of a district-wide report of where does each school stand?
Yeah, just the whole district, yeah, because or in the middle schools, or yeah, the middle schools are on there. I see them. So just the high schools, because I remember I got free lunch in high school, so that's why I was like, oh, well, I don't exist here anymore, like, you know, so at that time. So that was just on adding that. The other thing is, oh, I understand that we get a certain amount of in one bucket for Title I as a district, and then no matter how many schools we have, like Christy mentioned, it gets diluted based on how many people. And we haven't had the conversation as she was mentioning on how that sometimes happenings and what, but which is fine. But for me, I would like to see, I guess it's not here, but maybe just another report would be how the Title I fundings are used in those schools, right? We see the number. And I know you talked about the programming aspect, but that would be helpful because there is a restriction on what they're supposed to use it for. So I'm sure they have to report this, or I'm pretty sure they can say X amount of this was percentage for Title I in this school and this and Y, Z, A program. Because I know that, or at least I've been told that a lot of Title I funding, since it's mainly for elementary schools and middle schools, is like the after school programming. And so I would just like to see, like what percentage of the after school programming is being funded by the Title I funds that are allocated to that school. Like just report on that, what I think will help us for the next, whenever that we have that Title I discussion, so that we have a bigger understanding of how Title I is happening on the ground, but also for whatever, like I said, the broader conversation of the Title I and stuff.
Yeah, Title I is its own program, so that is easy to report what they're spending their Title I dollars on.
Cool. And so that one just, and that's my other things, which I guess will be a different report and could be added on here. And then, yeah, I just connected to the Title III also. It was good to clarify that change, just because, you know, I was looking at the differences and, but then other than that, I've heard before, but now that I can see it, is that the ELL or multi-language learner funding, which is at different times, whether it's the at-risk or this specific one, which now goes back to Title I schools specifically, like where that is, and so we can kind of understand it, because this conversation is also connected to the broader conversations of our ecosystems, like, right, just like, oh, where are the students? These are programs, but more importantly, programs that are for students at risk all over. And so we can, once we map that out, it just helps us, because I think sometimes we just feel lost because we're like, we don't even know where things are. And, you know, I can just update the infographic and be like, yeah, all these schools are now really Title I. This is what it means. So we understand the federal definition, right? And then just then we understand where the funding is and everything. I think the more we understand how everything's connected, when we have these details, we don't get stuck, but we actually can work on some strategies to make sure we move forward. So yeah, that's all I want to share.
Thank you, Howell. Are there any other additional questions for Alan and his team? Catherine.
Thank you for those good comments, Holly and Christy. I just wanted to say that I don't know if this answers your question partly, Christy, about those two schools, but I consider both of them my schools. Washington's in my district, and Whittier is one that I cover as a representative for one of the programs in the schools. And I remember the discussion really clearly about Whittier, and it was on the bubble. And when I was early on, when I was first on the board, and we decided to make it a Title I school at that time and take out the ELP population. So I'm not sure if that's what makes the adjustment, but that's what I think might make the adjustment there, is that we're not considering the ELP population, and that's why the funds are lower. So it would be interesting to take a careful look at that, but I really remember that thing that Whittier ended up being above the bubble, or not a Title I school, and it was really hard on their budget because they had a lot of low-income students, but because we had put a place because the special program was in the school, that brought up their income. So that might give some light. And the reason I remember that, like I said, is that I consider both of them my schools. I'm willing to share Whittier with Mohammed, but I do consider it a little bit of my school. Then I really appreciate what Halali said about Washington. I've thought that, or the West allocation, I've thought that for a long time. I know that there are the same number of coaches required for a basketball team, but I do think that it affects this number of students that participate at West. There are unlimited students, for example, that could participate in debate, but we only have so much money for coaches for debate at West. And I think we'd have a lot more interest if we had more coaching ability, more money for coaches. So I do think it's a chicken and egg thing about how many students participate based on the amount of money. And I don't want to take money from the other schools, but I would love to see us, if we have funds, add money to make that equitable. That would be really great. That's been something that's troubled me for a long time. The last thing I want to say quickly is that I really appreciated going through this list so carefully, and for the first time, I was really struck by the high school secretary allocation. And I have thought, I've heard in the past from high schools that they really do need more administrative help. For example, in the counseling office, they're booking counseling appointments all the time, and I'm glad for the elementary and middle schools to have more of an allocation, but the high schools do have special needs. They need to do transcripts. They need to do other things. And I'm wondering if it would be possible to raise that allocation for all the high schools per ADM, to have even just a little bit, so they could hire another half person or a person based on how many students they have. So those would be my three comments, from as long as we're not going on to the blue sheet, which we're going to do next time. Is that right?
From what I can tell in past meetings, we've never detailed out the blue sheet, but
Okay.
we can obviously talk about it more if the board would like to.
Okay, I'd love to go back to some of the things in the blue sheet if we have time, but maybe not today, maybe next time. I'd like to discuss the blue sheet, since we haven't really discussed that, because there's some things I think, for example, Highland's at a disadvantage in terms of counselor allocation. And West is a disadvantage in terms of custodian allocation. So it'd be great to see if we could make that a little bit more equitable on both of those ways. And like I said, I don't want to take anything away from schools. So it'd be just seeing if we could make it more equitable in different ways if we're looking at those two things. So those would be my 3 points, and I'd really like to circle back to them. We don't really need to circle back to Washington and Whittier unless there's additional clarification we can provide, but at least back to the amount of ADM per secretary for high schools, the allocated amount of West for extracurricular activities for UHSAA activities, and then also for those two, the amount of counselors that are allocated per high school, and also the amount of custodians, extra custodians that are allocated for high school. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Any other comments or questions about this budget conversation? I want to say thank you, Alan. This has been a really deep dive in a very public way, and I appreciate the time you've put into that to answer your questions, to go through this carefully with us. And then I do hope board members will take you up on your offer to reach out with questions. These are public documents, and so I think it's important that we make sure everybody here obviously understands them. As Hoeli said, I mean, this is a moral document, really. It does show where our priorities are, and so I appreciate the conversations. These are some of the most important things that we do as a board. So there's no other questions about this. Alan, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope, I've spoken a lot.
Yeah, Mohammed?
And Alan, just for the brief period of time I've worked with you, I really appreciate your commitment to equity, and your commitment as well to, making sure that, the funding are, well allocated and well taken care of. And to be honest with you, it's been a rough year. And Larry would not have made it if it was not for you, and vice versa. And so, And in our last meeting, I know I thanked Larry for everything that's been done, but I failed to include you in that gratitude as well. You have done amazing job. I mean, I have a lot to learn, but I'm anxiously waiting to learn from a good teacher as you. And along with my with Christy in there, keeping us alive. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed, and thank you, Alan. Really do appreciate this. And as we work through this and discuss it, it becomes our document. We'll be a stronger team, better focused on our students because of it. Thank you. The next item on our discussion agenda is something that we've carried over from a previous agenda. It's discussion about board professional development. And it's a specific follow-up conversation to the training we did with Ann McFarlane about parliamentary procedures. And she suggested that we adopt some guidelines as a board in terms of how our meetings are run so that they're consistent for all of us, very transparent, and that we all understand the process and procedure. Things like appointing somebody to be a parliamentarian, things like deciding about how we will go ahead and time our meetings, how we'll set our agendas. We had good discussion through that time with Ann McFarlane about how we wanted to do that. I hope you'll see that I've been trying to follow some of those, but what I would really like is to just kind of go through and make really clear what those guidelines are that we're trying to follow. And I've asked Nate to just take a minute and go through those guidelines that we talked about with Ann McFarlane so that we can have a quick discussion. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page so that our meetings are our meetings and that everybody feels like we're following the same process. So Nate, if you want to go ahead and go through those guidelines, I would really appreciate that.
Absolutely. So, you know, there was a lot that was discussed in the training that we had with Ann. And Melissa was spot on about just running efficient meetings. A lot of what we have already somewhat practiced loosely, right, is the timekeeping. And Howell's been a gracious and very astute timekeeper. And so that's just one example. Some of the other examples that Melissa mentioned, obviously, is the parliamentarian giving point of authority or point of order authority to folks like our superintendent and our business administrator. That is not certainly outside of the norm with other school boards across the country. But I think the specific things are really, they're listed in the packet that we received from Ann. You know, keeping our meetings to, 3 hours maximum. I know I've heard that from the community and certainly from our new board members and existing board members who've been with us in the past. Timing 3 to 5 minutes for each individual member. I think we've kind of practiced a 2 to 3 minute discussion agenda item, time limit there. Limiting things like our council reports to, 3 to 5 minutes as well. We already have a set time for our public comment section. So just those are some of the things that we really talked about. I think the guidelines specifically are relative to our agenda, maybe even adapting our agenda in different ways so that we can practice so that it's more explicit what we've been practicing relative to, moving things from discussion to action and then just taking action immediately. So those are some of the pieces that I would like for us to discuss. Otherwise, it's a lot of, procedure and parliamentary procedure that we went through in that training with Ann. Things like point of order, really ironing out how to make an amendment to a motion, when to vote. And of course, we're still learning. So thank you for your patience, community and district level folks with that, but would certainly want to open it back up to see how folks have felt some of these things that we've already started to implement relative to timing or working out, or any other suggestions that you'd like to make. And we'll certainly compile these into a document that we can share offline and potentially at our next meeting.
Thanks, Nate. Let me just, before we move into discussion about this, I don't want to spend very much time on this because we do still have report on our mid-year student data and a board policy B1. I also just want to acknowledge that board member Sika has had to leave us. She's not feeling great, needs to get to bed. So we will miss her, and our student board member Dottie is not able to be with us tonight. So we miss her as well. So I think that as far as the board professional development and the agenda setting, I think you'll notice for the agenda today, we moved a discussion item up to the front so that we could put it before the student fee schedule. What I'm looking for is support from the board to be able to move some items rather than following necessarily a report, discussion, action process, that we can sometimes move items up to the front of the agenda if we know it's something that we are going to need to spend extra time on, or that our community needs us to focus on, that they're paying attention for. That's kind of what I'm looking for, support from the board. As I've said, that these are our agendas, I do want to make sure that you feel like that they belong to you as well as to me, that each of us have a say in that. But I'm looking for support to move some of the topics around. It would still say whether they're report or discussion or action, but potentially move them so that we can be responsive to what maybe priority level would be. Then the other thing I want direction on, so that's one. The other is I've been doing for discussion agenda items, allowing discussion for a couple of minutes in a around 1 through 7. I'm happy to change that if board would like to do that. For reports, we're doing questions and allowing board members to jump in with questions as they have them, but we're just still doing the rule that if you speak once, you don't speak again until everybody else has had a chance to speak. Then we're trying to be very conscientious about the times that we put on the agendas and trying to follow those. As you can see, we're not always successful on that. I do want to be sensitive to the fact that the conversations we have are important. So I want some direction and your thoughts on that. And then I also want some thoughts on appointing a parliamentarian. I think in the past that's been Ms. Kindle. I'm happy to give that direction if that's what the board's will is. We could also ask our board attorney, Patrick Tanner, to be our parliamentarian. That's an option. I'd want to know what you think about that. And then fourth, about giving the superintendent and or business administrator the ability to call point of order in the meeting. So those are 4 things I'm really asking for board discussion on and feedback about. Thank you. OLE?
A lot of things you're asking us to give advice on, but all of those
Oh, well, sorry to interrupt. Will you move your microphone down?
Sorry, I went to get water. So I was saying there's a lot of things that you asked us to kind of give opinions on, but I'll actually, to make it simple, yes, I actually agree on all of them, which if I can think of all the orders you shared. The first one was to kind of just like we modeled today, if there's things of discussion, we could move things to action and then take action on it. Like that was the first thing, right? We showed it how we did it today, and I think it's good. That's how I had a question. That's why I had a question earlier about how if we can do that, and I think it's a good thing, especially if it's urgent, because people are always like, you have to watch all the way to the end, and they don't like that. Well, that's good. We're not going to do that ideally anymore. If we can, like I said, we can if we want to as a board. That's one thing. The other thing is I don't remember the order of all the things you said, but but one of the things was, just general timekeeping, like, people not speaking twice before the whole board has spoken, which I think this is a thing that we've been practicing a little bit. Timekeeping, we did spend a lot of time on the allocations, which I think just it was the first time we talked about it, but I think next time we should practice that, no matter what the discussion item is, right? Really, like, you get this match of time, and then once everybody that does it, then we can go back again, right? I think that's something we should practice, and we have done it in the past. And of course, I'm always willing to to help with the time. In terms of the parliamentarian, yeah, you know, it sucks for them to be here all meeting, but they're usually here at all meeting, either person you recommended, right? But yeah, I think we do need a parliamentarian, as long as they're not like the parliamentarian in Congress that says we can't get a 15 minimum wage difference, right? like they don't have that much power. But jokes aside, you know, I think we do need a parliamentarian to help us with whatever we need to sometimes, because we've had questions in the past. I have my dinosaur, which for those that watched the retreat, the special episode that was a retreat, you can watch about why we got dinosaurs, but you got a dinosaur. But yeah, so I think, yeah, following those, but one thing that Anna mentioned was that she's creating a series, like a 1 minute, less than 5 minute thing. If we can have those once a meeting or once a month at least to get those refreshers, that would be nice. So just kind of following up with her, since she offered that. And then the last point is the superintendent has the point to say point of order, right? Which if we review, I think it could be helpful, certain points, but also all of us as board members have the power to do that too. That's another thing to recognize. And the board chair can dismiss that or not based on what it is, but it could be appealed, right? So just going back to what we learned. So all of us have that power, all 7 of us, having Larry to do it too. If we're still kind of, none of us are paying attention to that, I think sure, or whoever the superintendent is, right, at whatever that point is. So yeah, so I'm good with all of them. I was just kind of reviewing so that the public can know all those things that we're thinking. There's not really any vote, but just kind of affirming all those things we've talked about as a board before, and it in certain ways, but I think reaffirming it and then practicing it is another thing.
Thanks, Wally. Christy, go ahead.
So I'm just going to echo what Wally said, and I think that the agenda is ours as a board. And I think that if we want to make changes in it, if we want to make adjustments, if we need to move things around, that is our prerogative to do that. You know, as long as we notice it, as we always do, and the public is aware of what we're doing, then that's okay with me. I agree with the again, with what Wally said, and to the request that you're making. I think it would be a good thing for us to have Ann McFarland's videos as updates, and also a parliamentarian that would be with us during our meetings. And I guess I'm just going to say yes on our meetings. And then maybe at some point in time, we might get to a point where we say, okay, we don't feel like we're going to need to have her or him there that night. Maybe, you know, I mean, it just depends. Or, you know, only for a certain part of the meeting, you know, that is specific. So I am in favor of the requests that you're making, Melissa.
Mohammed, go ahead.
First of all, I just want to say, Melissa, thank you so much for your meekness and willingness to, you know, learn. And that just like, I appreciate that, you know, because it does take a warm heart for someone to come down and say, hey, you know, I'm here, I'm learning. Thank you. So in regards to keeping track of time, each one of us, how long we're going to talk, I think it'll be great to invest in some hourglass. It has like a minute or two. Every one of us will have it in front of them by their desk. I mean, it would be so fantastic. I'm sure dollar store would have some. So I really think that's going to be a self-disciplining thing. It'll help us a lot. In regards to the organization and reshuffling of the agenda, I think, you know, you and I, we talked about this before, which is always, we know families, they have kids. The first half hour, we need to focus on covering anything that's important to the public. Their kids have to go to bed on time. Otherwise, it's going to be a nightmare in the morning to get ready to go to school. So, and we've been doing that, and I really appreciate that. And I've seen like we have been actually focusing more on putting the important things things up front. And also consolidating the agenda. So, we have a goal to be at 3 hours. And I think we can even to have enough time to discuss things that are important, things that we think are not very crucial, not very important, that can be pushed, to next time. Some committees that need to speak, that can be pushed to next time. We can do that. So as long as we focus our attention on the important things, because we are looking for outcomes, and that's what we need to focus on. But overall, not bad. It's been a rough year, and I salute everyone here. You guys, everyone is doing their best. We're all very proud of us. Very, very proud of us.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Thanks for all those comments. I agree with them. And I would add that I would like to see us vary the order that we're called on. I think sometimes we could start with 7, sometimes we could start with 1, sometimes we could start with 4, both for votes and also for comments. I think that it puts a lot of pressure on our newest board members, 2 of our newest board members, to have them always at the very front. And I think that it would be just good to vary it anyway, if we're going to continue to have roll call votes and roll call comments like this. And then besides that, I pretty much agree with everything that everyone has said, and I appreciate the comments that have been made.
Thanks, Catherine. That's really good feedback. Thank you. We will go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, President Ford, could I suggest that we type these up and share them out with the board before our next meeting for hopeful adoption at our next meeting, and also give time for feedback for board members to weigh in after seeing them in writing.
It sound like a good plan? Thank you. We would like at a future, not too distant future board meeting to also talk about ongoing professional development for the board in a regular way with our new superintendent, so that we can continue to build on momentum that we have. It'll be training, it'll be professional development. So that we'll watch for that in a soon upcoming meeting. Thank you. The next item we have on discussion is the minutes for the board meetings that we moved from consent agenda. Do we, since I have permission to change things up in order just a little bit, how about we move to the mid-year report and do that first, so that we can allow our employees to go to bed tonight. We have okay, so then let's go ahead and move to the mid-year, to the report by Tiffany Hall, which is the mid-year student data. Thank you, Dr. Hall.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Thank you, Superintendent. And we are very glad to have an opportunity to be here in the middle of our year to share some of our student data with you tonight. I do have 3 wonderful people with me: Peggy Patterson, our literacy director, with whom you've already spoken, Holly McIntosh, our mathematics supervisor, and Dr. Michelle Amio, our director of assessment and evaluation. So tonight we have 2 types of data. Let me get this working over here. There we are, that we are going to be sharing with you. We're going to be talking about our reading data and secondary student achievement data, including failing grades and graduation progress. So as you remember, state assessments were suspended at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. So what we are presenting here tonight is data that has been collected from the beginning of the school assessments and middle of the year assessments, or from term 1 and term 2 grades and graduation progress. Because these are very unprecedented times, we're going to be looking at a lot of trend data to see where we are headed and what that might look for us. We're going to compare where we are now with where we have been in the past. Now, we're going to see some hard truths, but they aren't surprises. We know that we have achievement gaps for our multilingual learners, our students that come from homes with low incomes, and many of our demographic subgroups. They are still not performing at the same level as their white peers. We have been working on this as an ongoing plan. However, during this time, we have generally held a line for students in their learning. Some students have really flourished in this online environment. Some have not. We know that there is unfinished learning for many of our students. And so at the end of this presentation, we'll give you a little teaser about our next presentation about strategies to support that student learning. To get started though, we are going to talk about Acadience and reading inventory. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Patterson. Thank you, Peggy.
Thank you. So you see here that we're going to be looking at two of the types of data that we gather to assess students' ability to read and also to comprehend text. We do these assessments 3 times a year, and that's why we call that BOY for beginning of year, MOY for middle of year, and EOY for end of year. We will be looking at our beginning of year and our middle of year for the last 2 years so that we can look at those trends. We assess our K through 3 students using Acadience. You may remember this as formerly DIBELS. That assesses our basic early literacy skills. Reading inventory we use for our 4th through 12th grade students and that assesses their ability to read and comprehend text. So those will be the 2 data points that we will be looking at and how they can then inform instruction.
All right, I just want to talk quickly about how we've presented the data throughout the presentation. And we do this typically for all of our principals and anyone who wants to look at this type of data. So if you look at it, we want to look at these data in cohorts. So this particular graphic you'll see throughout the first part of Peggy's presentation, and then there'll be a similar one for 4th through 12th grade. So how this is read is these are our current students. So there are 4 graphics there. So the box with the 0 are our current kindergartners. And then 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So those are our current students and their benchmark scores. So as you can see across the bottom, those are our benchmark periods that we have scores for, and of course we don't have that for kindergartners because they just started. And then of course we're looking for green. Green means that we have kids that are at or above benchmark, and then yellow are tier 2, red is tier 3. And those are kids that require more interventions. So this is an interesting way to look at it because you can see the trends across as kids move through those benchmark periods. So if we start with kindergarten, which is the first box with the 0, the first benchmark there that you can see, those are the scores or how our kindergartners entered kindergarten in the fall. And then the second bar graph or stacked bar graph is our last benchmark period that just closed at the end of February, and that's where they currently are in this school year. Now, if we move to the 1st grade group of kids, that first bar graph that you see, those are their incoming kindergarten scores as kindergartners. And then the second bar graph there is what they scored in middle of year last year. And then of course there was no end of level. So the next bar graph that you see that's dramatically different are our current 1st graders as they entered fall this year. So you can see that there's a dramatic change in their scores. And then the last bar graph in 1st grade there are the middle of year scores, and certainly we can see progress. So that's how we read those bar graphs and these types of data. You can see the same type of graphics are there for 2nd and 3rd. So what Peggy's going to do is use this graphic and then compare the subgroups and their scores with this graphic for all of our K3 current students. And then of course you can see the percentiles, and there's a hard dash line there for 50%. So you can kind of get an idea of where those fall.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. So as we're looking at this data, you will see that our first graders at beginning of year were significantly lower in 2020. So that would be in that first, the box that has the 1, so it's the second box in, and we would expect that. It's the third stacked bar over. We would expect that because our kindergartners really had a disruptive learning cycle last year, in that we dismissed in March, and then those kids did not come back until just very recently. What is that I would like to point out is that we have made some fairly good gains. So our middle of year data for those first graders that really came in pretty low, they are making good gains. And if you can't see exactly the percentages there, so I would like to tell you that at the beginning of the year, our first graders came in at 35% of them were considered at benchmark or proficient. And now we're at 51%. So in that short time, we have been able to gain 16% points. 16% of our students are now at that green level, which we say that's actually, it's not necessarily on grade level. It's just saying they are at very low risk for reading failure. As we look across this graph, you'll notice that our second grades, there's really not much change. And our third grade as well. So we've had, a little bit of a change there, but for the most part, that's remained pretty much the same. For our multilingual learners, so what we're going to be doing is the top graph is always going to be the same. So that's all students. And the bottom graph will be how we have disaggregated some data. So as we look at the multilingual data, we kind of see the same pattern. So if you just kind of look at the differences between those scores in students that were considered low risk or at benchmark and those students that are at high risk, the trend line stays fairly the same as you see for all of our students. However, we see that we have a lot more of our multilingual learners not scoring at the proficient level. So that is, that's something we need to take into consideration as we go through our planning. But we're not going to talk about that planning part right now. We just want to let you look at some data. So the next slide, please. So now we're looking at our low income students. And as you can see, the trend line does still represent about the same as all of our students. But then again, our low income students, there aren't as many that are gaining proficiency. But the trend lines do stay the same. Let's look at the next. So this is all students at the top again, and our Hispanic students at the bottom. One thing to make note of is their students will be represented in more than one category. So some of our students that are in our Hispanic group will also be in our all students. They'll also be in some of our low income. So you just need to take that into consideration, but we are disaggregating this so that we can look at specific groups. So for our Hispanic students, we're also seeing those similar kinds of trend lines there, where they kind of mimic that those all students, but again, they're at lower levels. But the Hispanic is not as significantly lower as our multilingual learners. Next slide, please. Now we're going to move on to our Caucasian. Thank you very much. So here is our Caucasian data. And looking at the pattern, we still see those similar proficiency scores, except our Caucasian students are scoring much higher at the proficiency level. But if you look up and down, so you look at the top graph and the bottom graph, the trend lines do mimic each other. But what we do need to address is that our Caucasian students are scoring at benchmark in much higher numbers. So we want to take that into consideration. So that's our Acadience data. And now we're going to be moving on to our reading inventory data, which is we call the RI. So this is where a student is reading silently from text and then answering comprehension questions. And then they're given a Lexile band that says how close they are in grade level. So when we look at this reading inventory, oh, let me get to my notes, I'm sorry, excuse me. In 4 through 6, we see a really interesting pattern here. Our students have gained in proficiency from 2020 to 2021, which was very surprising to all of us as we looked at this. As we've had discussions with teachers, coaches, people that are looking at this data, some of the issues that came around is in the environment, in a remote environment, students were really forced to do a lot of reading on their own. So as they go up in the grades, and they have that ability in 4th grade to do some independent reading, I think that was one of the shining stars of this, is that they really did have to use their skills independently. And so they were doing a lot of reading, they were doing a lot of listening, and then having to digest on their own to a certain degree. And so that's an interesting trend that we saw. So if we look at the next slide, and this is the reading inventory for our 7-12. And as you look at that, the same kind of holds true for our secondary students, in that as they move on in the grades, our proficiency bands are increasing. So the kids have had a lot of opportunities to do a lot of independent reading. And as I said, this data is a bit surprising. It's also, it's a good surprise. So we're really thrilled with the way that it is moving, and we're seeing more proficiency as the students move through the grades. So if we look at our next, okay, I just need to warn you about this next one. You're gonna see a lot of data here. So we will send you this PowerPoint so that you can have an opportunity to look at it a little more carefully at a time. So let's look at this next one. So here we are looking at all students, grades 4 through 12. And then again, now we have just taken those last slides that we showed you, and we put the top line is the 4 through 12 of all students. And then bottom graph is our multilingual learners. So here is where we see a fairly consistent pattern from 4 through 7, but in 8 through 12, that disparity really begins to grow. So they do mimic more in the lower grades, but then as our students become, progress in the grades, the reading gets really difficult for them. So this is an area that we really have to be paying attention to. Reading connected text is it's a very complicated area, and we know as the student gets older, that text gets much more complex. So this is an area that we need to dive into more. Thank you. Next slide. So here is our low income. And again, these patterns the trend line does kind of stay the same. It just moves so that we have fewer students that we're seeing in those areas that we would like to see in the green and the blue. So let's keep going through, and we're going to look next at our all students and our Hispanic students. So this is, we're seeing the same pattern repeat itself. It looks quite a bit better when we look at our Hispanic, because this will include both of our, it will include Hispanic students that are multilingual learners, and also our Hispanic students that are English only. So the trend lines look a little better for this group. Thanks, Tiffany. So the graph we're going to look at is our Caucasian. And again, we see those same patterns if you're looking at just it, when I kind of took the top and put it on the bottom, and the way that the lines move is very much the same. It's just that we really have much higher rates in our Caucasian students. So we want to really work on making sure that all of our students have the opportunities that they need to be able to have trend lines like this, whereas the kids are growing in grades, so 4 through 12, you can see on both the all students and the Caucasian students, those are getting, we're having more success with those kids. So we're moving them through the grades and they are able to read more complex text. So that was an awful lot of data, and we need to continue to look at that so that we can then work with teachers. So following our these 3 benchmark times that we have, schools get together with their administrators, their coaches, and their teachers, and they do a pretty thorough data analysis and then move on to, so what are the implications for instructional decisions? And that's really where we get those, we really get that meaty conversation going about what is it now that we're going to do about this data. But you have to be able to look at the data and then move forward.
Another category of data that we review is the number of high school students receiving Fs. This does a few things for us. It alerts us to student needs in the short term, and then it gives us a heads up on potential graduation concerns in the long term, all while we still have time to intervene and help remedy those concerns. So by way of orientation, you're seeing here 3 different tables. This year's data is on the far right. Terms 1, 2, 3, and 4 are down the left. Prior year data is included, and it provides context and helps us interpret the data we're seeing for this year. So this first table you're looking at is the number of students receiving a grade. So it frames it in a much broader, larger number of students. As you progress down any one of those years' columns through term 1, 2, 3, and 4, you'll notice slight drops in the number of students. That's common, and that's just a declining enrollment that you're viewing there. Moving to that second graph, this is the number of students who received at least 1 F by count. As you look at the year 2020, that was last spring, term 4, you'll see there are very few students receiving an F, and that's because we used the classification of NG, no grade, gave the students the opportunity to make that up. So very rarely was an F given there. And as we move to the column 2021 for term 1, that was our really challenging start to the year, as you know, and I think term 1 was shortened by 13 days as a result of all the challenges we had around opening and delays there. You see a slight increase in the number of Fs given in term 1 2021 as opposed to other term 1s. And then you see a decrease in term 2 2021 as compared to term 1. That's a trend we're watching there. And then as you move to the third table, you'll notice that's by percentage. And again, there you see that term 1 Fs is up a bit, and in term 2, those Fs come down again a bit. Here you see that information from that last table in a graph form. Notice that it's scaled to 100 here. Subsequent graphs are going to be scaled to 50 just because it makes it a little easier for you to view the data. As you work across the bottom, you'll see terms 1 through 4. This year is in green and previous years are in grayscale. So again, as you look at term 1, you see an increase in the number of Fs for students who received at least 1 F. And then as you move to term 2, that drops down again. You'll see that decrease. And you can see this year's in relation to prior years to see how that compares. Here we drill down into some subgroups we disaggregate to take a look at those specific subgroups. The data shows disparities that have our attention. Looking at this year in the context of other years lets us see that trend line, and it also lets us see ranges. So this graph set at 50% so that you can see some of those much smaller groups. Subgroups are in clusters across the bottom. Each year is a colored column there, with this year being the light blue. Prior years were the average of 4 terms of grades of students with at least 1 F, and then this year was 2 terms because we've only completed 2 terms. So where you see disparities between subgroups, you can also see trend lines within subgroups. And we see those trend lines echoing as we look with our Hispanic subgroup and then our white or Caucasian subgroup. Looking here at students who receive at least 1 F, those students considered low income students and those students classified as not low income students. Interestingly here, the trend line does change for the 2021 school year. You can see that students classified as not low income students had an uptick, whereas students classified as low income actually are on par with last year. So that's an interesting piece in the data. Looking at students receiving at least 1 F compared to multilingual learners and not multilingual learners. And you'll see here again, those trend lines are consistent between the 2 different groups. At this point, you can see we see some increases and some decreases. Overall, 2021 is generally in most areas in the same range as prior years, and the trend lines are quite similar to prior years. Tiffany, you're muted.
Thank you. I had one too many buttons there. I'm going to talk briefly. Thank you, everyone, for a minute about our 712 students who failed all classes in term 1. This was something that we had quite a bit of conversation around as we started our school year. So, we've listed these out, and I will say that we have updated some of that information as our students have entered into Power School. If they were transitioning, we have updated that for you. So last year we had about 1% of our students, about 86 of our students, that failed all of their classes term 1. That's a very low number when you think about having almost 11,000 students. And so Mr. Quantz and I actually pulled up some data this afternoon to see what it looked like the year before that, to see if last year was the anomaly or this year was the anomaly. And last year, in 2018, 2019, our number of students failing all classes was 84. So in general, our school district has a very strong term 1 presence for our 712 students. So this was an anomaly this year for us to have that uptick of about 2 percentage points as we saw more students failing that term 1 class. So then we have been very excited to see what would happen in term 2 if that would begin to come closer to our trend line that we've been discussing. So this is our 712 term 2, and we do have, again, with almost 11,000 students, last year in the 2019-2020 school year, we had about 3% of our students failing all of their classes in term 2. This year, that is slightly higher. We have slightly more students, and our percentage of students failing all of their classes in term 2 is 4%. Now, as everyone has said, watching this trend data gives us some points that we really need to look at. So we're noticing that we need to really be paying attention through the rest of this year and over the summer in making sure that our middle school students have finished any learning that they have and that they are ready to start either 8th grade or move into 9th grade, and that we need to be looking within our other grades to see if we can find those students and provide them some interventions to help them be successful over the long term. This was really helpful for us because I don't think we've ever been as attentive to this particular piece of data as we are now. And last, I'm going to talk about being on track for graduation. How our seniors, specifically grade 12, is doing on their path to graduate. To graduate in our district takes 24 credits. Those are broken out into a variety of required classes. At the end of semester 1, the start of semester 2, where we are now, we would generally expect our seniors to have about 20 or 21 credits. The flux is a little bit different because of the A-B schedule that they're on from term 3 to term 4. Now, this chart shows our high school graduation rates over the last 5 years. And looking again at these trends, we think that we can use our 2019-2020 rates as the standard to determine whether or not a similar percentage of students will be ready to graduate at the end of the year. Now, granted, this information does not differentiate between the type of credit that is required. So, is it 21 credits, including all of the required credits, or 21 credits, but we're still missing some required classes? But it is still a very good indication of how close students are to meeting that final goal, because it will show us whether or not they have a chance in the second semester to close all of the class credit that they need to close. So these are our seniors who are on track to graduate with 20 or more units. And I have first, and I've broken this out in 2 ways, and I'll explain when I get to the second slide why we have Horizonte and Innovations on a different slide. But you can see that East, Highlands, Slicksy, Spa, and West are all pretty close to last year's graduation rate. Our green line here is the graduation rate for that school last year in June of 2020. And our blue line is the percentage of students at those schools who currently have at least 20 units and are on track to graduate. This slide, again, because of the flux we have with our semester, we wanted to look at both of them, shows the same data, with the green line being that 2020 grad rate from the school last year, and the blue line being the percentage of seniors who are currently on track to graduate. So we are also working with schools, as I'm sure you know, as you've been in your SIC and SCC meetings supporting those high schools, that we are looking at a variety of different ways to help seniors earn that credit between now and the end of the school year if they need those credits to graduate. Now, Horizonte and Innovations are in a slightly different position, not for any reason except their credit is accrued differently at those 2 schools. It goes into Power School in a different pattern. And so right now, while that looks initially very scary, Dr. Amio spoke today with both Principal Joshua Bell at Horizonte and Principal Pam Pedersen at Innovations, and both of them are very confident that as their data is inputted into the system at the end of each term, that they will also be very close, if not exceeding, their seniors' preparation for graduation and be able to do that successfully. So all of this data comes around to a couple of really big questions. What are we going to do now that we know it? So this is my preview. It's my teaser reel for what will happen the next time we come to speak to you about some of those interventions that we have for unfinished learning, including specific interventions in the classroom. I'd really like to give a shout out to both Holly and Peggy in math and literacy and their academic coaches who have been working all year to create new systems and plans and technology and Nearpods and assessments that we can be using to really figure out where students have unfinished learning and what they can do with them through our K-12 classrooms. In our pre-K teachers under our director, Audrey Powell, are also working through some of those things that our earliest students, our 3- and 4-year-old students, need to be able to be successful moving forward. We are looking at integrating after-school supports into all of our schools, in-person summer programs for pre-K-12, including bridge programs from our senior year into our universities or colleges. online credit recovery, and online grade replacement to support those students. I'd also really like to thank our assessment and evaluation department for putting all of this data together and helping us check and double check to make sure as we're pulling from all of our different systems that we're really looking at the correct data and the accurate data, and that it is presented in a way that gives you context to be able to compare it to where we have been in the past and where we want to be in the future. That's a very important part of our statistical process. Mark Twain used to say, and I've heard that Dr. Emio quote this a couple of times this week, there are lies, there are damn lies, and then there are statistics. And so we really work to make sure that as we look at these, they are clearly laid out in a way that provides that information for you. So we look forward to coming back to you and talking about some of the things that we have in place to support these students. What questions do you have?
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Thank you to your team as well. Michelle and Holly and Peggy, thank you. Really appreciate all of this work. Tiffany, if you don't mind, stop sharing your
sorry.
screen. That will help me to see everybody. I'm sure that there are a lot of questions for all of you with all of this data, and thank you for also being willing to share that presentation with us by email so that we can spend a little more time diving into it. My comments are just thank you for putting this all together, for your presentation of it. I really appreciate the piece about what you'll be doing, your specific interventions, and to help with students and focusing on their individual needs. And I'll look forward to conversation soon about all those things that you're doing. I know you're having really good conversations about that. Also really looking forward to conversation as a board with your team about how you're planning for next fall and what that might look like for our students. So I'm going to open that up to questions from board members. Start with you, Hoeli.
I know it's late, and so I have questions, but I think once you send that over to us so that we can see it, I'll have more questions too. But maybe I think what a pattern I've seen so far is like we get some really great reports, but then we usually want to like process it a little bit more. So we do like study sessions based on the report. So I would potentially suggest this at some point, especially after us reviewing it and then coming into the study session with those questions. And just so that I don't, have to share them all today because I have some right now, but I'm sure I'll have more once I get it. So I'll just defer that in the future when we have a study session.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Hoeli. Christy, go ahead.
I'm just going to echo what Melissa and Joel have said about our thanks to you and your team, Tiffany, for the great information, Dr. Hall, for the great information that you've provided to us tonight. This past year, there's two words that are being used a lot. And when I first heard them, I thought they just seemed so negative. But as you dive into it and you think about what it really means, I feel like it means that it's change, and that is to disrupt and dismantle. And I think that's what we have to do in order to narrow the gaps, because it gives me a little bit of a stomach ache every time I see how huge some of those gaps are in those multiple areas. And so I appreciate it. I can't remember who it was that said, and maybe it was you, Dr. Hall, that just said that now we have to make a decision, of what comes next, those next steps. And like Joelle said, I am excited to continue this conversation. I want the board to be involved in supporting you in narrowing those gaps and identifying, the things that we need to do. And if it means that we have to really dig in and disrupt and dismantle, then we need to support you in doing that. So thank you so much.
Mohammed.
Thank you so much, everyone. That was a fantastic, detailed presentation and information. I'm like so emotionally overwhelmed as I look at that data and we all realize, we all know the students that are being affected. But seeing the numbers in front of us is just literally speaking a whole other new experience. And I hope that as we are moving forward, that we look for new ways, because it appears like the old ways were not helping. And I'm not an expert in that, but I know we have so many wonderful people here and so many amazing resources out there. Please, I beg of each one of you to help us and guide us in rescuing those students. A lot of them came here because they have a dream, but then when they see their grades like that, it's a slap in the face. We do not want that. I am talking from experience, you know, as an immigrant, as a Black person in America. It is not an easy thing. It takes us twice the efforts, twice the energy, twice the concentration, twice the emotions, just to be able to make sense of a textbook. So, and I trust each one of you that you'll be able to help us in finding a better ways to help lift up those brothers and sisters who are in need of help at this point. And I know reading is always a challenge. We live in day and age of technology. I don't know if Audible has been entertained as a method. Some of us, you know, we fall asleep by reading first line in the beginning. My wife drives me crazy. She looks at a book, she finishes it. It takes me a long time to finish a book. She laughs at me. I was like, once you can do it in Arabic and French, then we can talk. So what I'm asking of each one of us here, let's also find other ways that we can help the students. You know, there are other options, and I can't wait until we see this gap shrinking a little bit. It's gonna be a lot of work, but I know all of us here working together will be able to make something of it. Yeah, my heart is very full. Yeah, my heart is very full. I can't wait till we see some change soon. Thank you.
I appreciate that perspective. And I think one of the things that is exciting is that our district is picking those trend lines up. And while this last year has been a different type of experience, as we've seen in the last few board meetings when Ms. Patterson has been awarding or calling out schools that have received those awards of excellence for the reclassification of students in WIDA, that is a tick up. And we're seeing our math scores go up, and we're seeing students engaging in science younger. So I am really excited by the increase in the number of students we have, the percentage of students we have, especially in our upper grades, where reading has improved. Our board has watched the our secondary scores sit for a while, and they're starting to move now. And that's really exciting that once we begin to get that momentum, we'll really see some change. This is very positive.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Catherine?
I just want to say thank you too. That was great data to have. I think we've all been waiting for it. And I am really distressed by the gaps too. And we've seen them for years. And I think that that's the focus we have with our new superintendent. And I just want to say that I think that our interim superintendent has had to focus on the right things for right now. And so, you know, I don't know that you can do everything. So, but I think that we'll look forward to starting to work on that as we move forward. What I would also say is that I don't like the gaps. They've always been distressing, as Christy expressed so well, and others expressed so well. and we've seen them for year after year. But I wonder if in general you found much of the data in terms of how the pandemic affected us really pretty positive. And I'd just like to hear about what you think, because it seemed positive to me. There were improvements and not huge losses. And so I just wanted you to sort of speak specifically to that question, whoever wants to talk.
Sure, I'll start and then somebody else can make me sound smarter. That's usually how my team works. But I think that we are worried about kindergarten, first and second grade. Not that that's a forever problem, but we know that that's an area that we need to get in and work. That's a very difficult age for students to be working independently or to be working with parents at home. And we are very grateful that we have those students back. And I know that our kindergarten and well, all of our teachers, as has been said before, are doing an amazing job, but those kindergarten, first and second grade teachers are really picking that up and moving that forward to help close anything that might be unfinished at this point. So that is exciting. We know that for some of our students, this really was a glorious time and that they are hoping that we have this option forever. We know that there are some students that really have not done or felt as comfortable with this learning modality. And perhaps, as board member Bayet had said, you know, the struggle to read online when you don't have the support of students in classrooms next to you or the teacher being there to help you with something over your shoulder is very difficult. And we need to make sure that we find those students. But I was very encouraged to see that we are close to our trend line and making sure that our seniors are ready to graduate and that we hopefully will not have any big surprises at the end of the year, that I think we'll be able to make sure that our seniors are able to move on to whatever career or college plan they have next after high school. The rest of you guys, Michelle, Peggy, Holly?
I just have one comment on the tail end of what you said earlier about our kinders first, second. That trend that you're seeing in our data is typical across the state. And I know this firsthand from just being in on those meetings before the data is released, and that's a worrisome trend, particularly with the first graders. But in the national urban school meetings that I'm also part of, those trends are evident there as well. So it's not unique to Salt Lake District. I think that we actually held the line a little bit better overall, and I'm guessing, I think Peggy can probably verify this too. I think we've actually done quite a good job getting to each of our students as well. And I think it ought to be noted too that our teachers were trained and ready to teach remotely. And I think that really helped our students engage in those multiple ways: speaking, listening, writing, and not just reading. So I think that our trends may trend upward, maybe slightly more, depending on how other school districts train their teachers. We really did focus on that, and that's teaching and learning, of course, and supporting our teachers in those ways. So we didn't leave any teachers hanging. I think that's something that needs to be noted. And I can say that because I wasn't part of that work. Tiffany's team was, but it's notable. And I think our teachers have worked really hard to make sure that they are getting to their kids and not just putting stuff online or whatever. So just wanted to note that the trends we're seeing are what we're seeing across the country and across the state.
Yeah, and Michelle, I do want to mention that those trends that's what we're seeing across the state. But when we got our middle of year data, we were so pleased, and the state was so pleased at what we have done with the first graders now. So they came in and they really missed a lot, and it is very, very difficult to teach someone how to read remotely. But we pivoted really quickly, and that was Tiffany had it. We're going to be agile and we're going to pivot when we need to. And the coaches, I've just got to let you know how they changed the way that they were helping people prepare, and how quickly the teachers just picked it up and said, we got to do it differently. We've just got to do it differently. And I saw some amazing lessons of how can we do it differently, but we do need those littles back. It's really difficult to teach someone how to read online, although some people just really knocked it out of the ballpark. So there's some really good celebrations there.
Yeah, I'd echo all the gratitude to teachers and coaches and those support folks that helped prepare them over the summer to take learning into this different modality, and the efforts they invested to make sure that term 1 and term 2 were as good as they can be. And we got better and better. And that really mattered. In math, we always have a close eye on those folks, those kids that were last year rising into 7th. That's not only a transition in content, but that's a transition in, in their learning organizations and in their learning communities that can be challenging even in person. The same thing with our 8th graders from last spring that rose to be our 9th graders now. We watched that, but we're seeing some really solid efforts. The coaches worked hard to develop lessons even that would take students off their screens, knowing how important it is that not all learning be done with the screen in front of them, even if that's synchronous and with a teacher in a classroom. But how could they do some things outside? How could they do some things around a table with their family that helped with the learning? So yeah, great work for a lot of hardworking teachers.
And our administrators. I'm sorry, I just have to also say our administrators were amazing, and their ability to track data and to know who in their building out of 400 students we hadn't heard from in a week, or, do we need to drive to their house and take them something or knock on the door and remind them that they go to school at our school. They have been tireless, and it has just, I don't think that I've ever seen anything as inspiring as the amount of work that's gone in as we look at, it's been almost a year exactly, right? And we think about where we are now compared to then. It's been astounding.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you all beat me to it, because what I wanted to sum up is by thanking all of you and also our teachers and the coaches for what they've done, because I did think they did a marvelous job. And I don't want to say that we're not worried about K through 2, because of course we are. It's not necessarily reassuring that we are mirroring the state, but at least we're not performing under. And I don't think it's just the state, Michelle. I think it's the nation, for those grades. But in general, I was pleased with our numbers, and especially after we got all the press about the number of failing students in our first quarter. But I think we recouped that. The high schools got very serious. And I just really was pleased with seeing these numbers, and the fact that, during this pandemic, our teachers really met the level. And I think it was because of your preparation during the summer, as you said, and preparing them and building them the tools that they needed, but also the super hard work that everyone, including all of you, did during the school year. And I just want to congratulate you, because we have areas that we need to improve, but there are areas that we've always needed to improve. Or there are areas that, that were just hard for kids. So thank you so much for getting us, actually, in some cases, real gains. It seems to me there were some areas that were significant gains during a pandemic. And I just want to congratulate you for that. Impressive work.
Thanks, Catherine. Nate, did you have something you wanted to say?
I think that's already been covered. Just my gratitude to everybody in our district and your team, Tiffany and Michelle and Holly. So thanks for everything that you do as well, Peggy.
Yes, thank you for being here. We look forward to future conversations and study of this data and how to move forward. And I am really grateful for all of your good work. I'll echo all of the things that have been said. I do, whenever we look at data, like to remind us all, I remind myself that every one of those numbers is a student. It's a child in our city and in our classroom, and any one of them that's failing, any one increase is hard for that child and hard for that family. And so this kind of work and this kind of conversation is so important. But let's focus on them as individual students. Anybody, I just don't want to see any one of our children not have access to the supports they need. I don't want to see anybody failing. And as long as the conversation is focused that way, every student, then I think we're headed in the right direction. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us. We look forward to spending lots more time in the near future as well as we discuss how to support our students. Thank you. Superintendent, do you want to say anything as we end this part of the report section?
Nope. Same. Just thank you. These people do a great job, and it's widely appreciated.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, let's move back to the discussion agenda. We have moved, for the purpose of discussion, from consent the minutes for the board meetings from February 1st through February 23rd. And I think that the conversation I'd like to have about that comes with how we are reporting or recording our Zoom meetings. It was Board Member Sweat who was thinking about this and brought it to our attention. So I'm going to let her describe what she was thinking. If you're okay with that, Christy, I'm going to have you start the conversation about this.
That'd be great. Thanks so much. So in our last meeting, Board Member Kennedy mentioned that during our Teams chat with Yandri and talking about JLC, that we should be conscious of not having more than 3 people, on that Teams chat. I think we need to continue to have that conversation, but at another night. But it got me thinking about the platforms that we're using. And so as I thought about it and I looked at the code and I looked at how we conduct our meetings and also some of the training that we've had, it made me realize that the chat option that we have on the Zoom platform is actually a part of our official minutes. And so those have not been included, but should be, because they are a part of something that is in an open meeting. It's connected to the Zoom part. And from my understanding that the host, whoever hosts the meeting, also gets that download and also gets all of the chats. My question is should we give direction to have all of those attached at the, because at the end of our minutes that we attach any exhibits, that are given, that it could just be the chats, that are at the end of our minutes, because I think that for transparency, and because, I use the chat, I did tonight, that it should be something that we make available, with our minutes. So the ones that I pulled off, that I asked to have pulled off tonight, we could start there. And my suggestion would be is that we don't move those to action until we give our business administrator, Alan Kersley, the time to gather those, because he is our Yoda of the record keeping. And so I think that that would be going forward, for us to have those chats connected to our minutes so that it's transparent. But the other part of it too is, I know that there is, we've all been a part of webinars, and we can see that you can limit what those chats, who they go to, whether they're private or whether they're everyone. And if the private ones, that's probably something we shouldn't be doing, but every once in a while tonight, that was something that I definitely engaged in because Jenny is sick, and I wanted her to know that I hope that she was well, but I didn't feel like everybody needed to see that. But yet at the same time, I think that that should be something that's attached, because I did send that message during our meeting tonight. So that would probably be my first question to the board is, if you're comfortable with not approving all of those minutes, that would be fine. Or we could go ahead and put them forward with the direction of adding those chats. And then to have Sam and Alan look at how best to attach those to our minutes, but then to also have a conversation as a board if we should eliminate the private part if it's not transparent, if it's not something that can be attached. Because I don't know if the chat is for everybody, but also if there's private chats, is that also included, in what's downloaded to either Larry or to Melissa, who's been hosts, of our, yeah. And so I just feel like, that it's a good time for us to lead out on this. I think this is a conversation that many boards are starting to have, that they didn't realize that. And I appreciated the conversation or the thinker that Catherine gave to us, and just also request that in a future meeting that we talk about what that Teams chat looks like for JLC, that is really a USBA committee. So that's the reason why I wanted to pull those off, but I will, at the will of the board, if you guys want to move those forward to action, then I'd be fine with that, with the direction that we attach those chats.
Okay, I want to allow board members to think about that and comment as we discuss that. A couple things I'd like to say. I think it is important that we attach those chats. I think that should be transparent. I'm completely comfortable with that. I think we do need to either approve the minutes with saying we'll add those chats if that's what the board, I think we need to do that regardless, but I think we have to post the minutes within 30 days. So we could post them as draft if we wanted and then approve them on consent later. So that's just something to be thinking about, how we want to approach that. And then I do want to have a conversation about JLC, just because I don't think that that's something that needs to be limited to 3. Lots of boards have other participation, like Day on the Hill has everybody there. All right, discussion from board. Catherine, I see your hand. Go ahead.
I just have a question. Did Alan already save those chats? Because if he didn't, I don't think there's a way to get back to them. I don't have any problem with including them. And private chats are not included in the you can't see private chats if you download. But if Alan didn't already,
I have them.
You downloaded all that. Okay.
Yeah. You can't see private. All private messages are recorded to the host, even if they're private. They still get, whoever's the host gets the private messages too as transcribed.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Then I would say I don't know that there's any private messages that are a problem, but I think that maybe the private messages should not be included. They're between 2 board members, but that the public ones should be.
So I guess that's a great conversation for us to have, because I think we would probably need to get some legal advice, about that. If we're chatting in open meeting and we're putting those chats on, is that, considered a part of the public record, whether it's private or not? And, because what really is private is just, I'm guessing, like mine tonight to Jenny, I hope you feel better. Please take care of yourself. And that was a private chat between the 2 of us. And I would be fine if that was attached to the minutes, because I did do it during open meeting. And so maybe we need a little advice then, Melissa, from Patrick.
I'm happy to reach out to Patrick for
otherwise
counsel.
it's good to know that Larry has all of those, and I'm sure you do too. And then yeah, who knows? And then they can be forwarded to Alan and the girl, we can figure out how to attach those in the best way.
Nate, go ahead.
Yeah, I would, I have no issues having the minutes or the chats attached to the minutes. I think that makes perfect sense, but I think moving forward, I would suggest that we disable the chat. I think the essence of what we're trying to do in the virtual setting is mimic the boardroom as best we can. And I guess short of passing notes across the table, which also isn't allowed, text messaging, as we've learned, isn't allowed as well. So I would say sooner moving forward that we just disable the chat so that, we're maintaining professionalism relative to open public meeting.
Thank you. Well,
I guess we could disable the chat. I think it is sometimes good because it's just whether it's like Alan said, 3 minutes were up, so you got the message for like the guest speaker or the public speaking. I think there's reasons to have the chat because of how we are, and it's just you could interrupt. It just kind of goes down, but I think people knowing that anything we use on the Zoom chat, whether it's private or public on there, is going to be, it should be public. I agree on that. But currently I'm just looking at the chat today. All of us were just like, oh, thank you for all the people that presented, right? Things like that, where it's like, I don't think it's a big problem for us to go all the way to disable it. But I think it serves its purpose for a virtual setting because that's what we are. I think it's a little different, and it's a cultural thing that has been created because of the pandemic. I think we all kind of started learning how to use the chat. For example, earlier I was like, oh, there's like 10 minutes left. I really want to comment. I didn't want to interrupt Mohammed, and that's what I put on there, right? And so there's things like that where I think it could help us, but I'm totally down to put them public because it makes sense. They're going to be mundane for people if they want to look at them, but that's what it is. Yeah.
There's basically links that are helpful and a lot of thank yous. So
yeah, and sometimes swearing from Muhammad when we are on JLC. But yeah.
Speaking specifically,
let's not disable the chat.
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking about the JLC thing, I think it's fine to have more than 3 of us at a JLC meeting, but I don't think it's fine to have more than 3 of us on the chat that we do to talk about how we're going to support bills, because that's what we're doing. We're coming to consensus about whether we're going to support bills or not. So it seems to me that we can have the people in the JLC meeting, but we should not, if we're doing a chat about it, we should not have more than 3 board members on that chat to talk about how we are going to vote on a bill. So I think that there's no problem with having a discussion, but because it's not really an open meeting and we're not calling it an open meeting, we can't have a chat between ourselves, which is what we're doing. So we're all on the same page when the person that holds the JLC card, right now that person is me, can vote the way the group feels we should vote, or I should vote. And that's what happens at the JLC chat meetings. And we can certainly release those chats. I don't think there's anything problematic, but at the same time, I think that we're by doing that, we are making sure that we observe open meeting laws.
So I think that this would be a great discussion for us to have, to go back and forth, point by point, we can be on one side or the other side and then make a decision together, how we want that to go, because I can see, that we sit together, every year after year at Day in the Hill and at JLC, and there's multiple of us and we talk about it, and I think that being on a private chat in a Teams, that maybe it's about talking about parameters. I think the concern is that we never talk about board business, but it's a USBA committee. It's they're not beholden to open meeting laws, and we are just talking specifically about legislative priorities. So I think Catherine's points are really great. I feel like I've been thinking about this. I think now the seed is planted with all of you, and with Christina and with Patrick. I think all of our minds could come together and figure out what's best, of how us to go forward, because now we're at the end of JLC instead of being at the beginning of it and making a decision. So if it's okay, then, I'm not sure, maybe to ask Alan, can we approve draft minutes, or do we just need to say that we're putting these forward with the recommendation that the chats are connected? Would that be the best way to do the motion?
I think we're going to add stuff to the minutes. Those would be the minutes you would want to approve. We could post them as is, as draft minutes, and then on the next available meeting, bring them back with the chat attachments so you can review them before they get posted as officially approved minutes.
Okay, great. All right.
What I'd like to suggest is that I have a conversation with Patrick Tanner and with Christina and just make sure that we are attaching everything we need to be open and transparent.
Okay,
Yeah,
so would you like,
regardless, I'll post them because we do have those 30 days.
right,
So I'll post them as pending. And then as we continue to have that discussion, we can then
okay.
change them to,
So do we need to make a motion to put them forward as pending minutes for you?
I don't believe you need to make a motion for
Okay.
pending minutes.
Okay,
We'll put them on consent at the next meeting. What I'm hearing, what I'd like to do is put them on consent at the next meeting with the chat attached to the minutes, either all of the open part of it or all of it, depending on council's advice. Just making sure and I'm hearing from board that we're pretty open to having everything on there. Okay, thank you for that. All right, the last item, moving to the action agenda, is the board policy B1. This is specific to the new student board member. And we talked about that at our last meeting and voted on some changes to the guidelines. Christina, do you want to speak to that, or do you want me to go ahead and speak to that?
Speak to that, and then you can certainly add in anything that I missed. So
Hold on
as
one
part of the
second, Christina. Did you have something you wanted to?
Yeah, I had in my notes about, was it the human resources report needed an edit?
So we approved that with the edits.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Sorry for the interruption.
No, thank you for that. I need you to do that. So no, thank you for that. So just to be clear, there was a typo in the human resources report. We approved that in consent with the changes, which you've seen, just with the adjustment to that one number that was wrong. All right, thank you, Ms. Kendall. Go ahead.
So after approving the new process for appointing a student board member, I had a discussion with Ms. Pittum and Interim Superintendent Madden about actually the practicality and feasibility of us implementing that new process this year. Because certain aspects of the guidelines require like a posting and announcements for a certain number of school days. And we just thought it would be very difficult for all the schools to get the members they needed for the various committees and comply with the guidelines as far as, making the announcements and gather all the applications and whatnot is required by the new process. And we were hoping that the board would be willing to implement the new process in the upcoming school year, but for this school year, to keep the rotation that was currently in place and allow Horizonte to put forth a student board member for this year, because they were the ones who were in the rotation to put forth that student board member. And also just because of the requirements, again, with the posting, we were hoping that Horizonte could have an additional month to do that. Part of the guidelines right now indicate that the student board member would be approved by the board in the second meeting in March. And so with the high schools just going back into in-person learning in February, and also the uncertainty as to what the process was going to look like, Horizonte didn't start. So, but Ms. Pittum has had conversations with Principal Bell, and he indicated that he felt that he could put forth a recommendation for a new board member for the board to approve by the second board meeting in April, if that is okay with the board. So that's sort of what we're asking, a delay in the implementation of the new process, and that the old process be able to be continued forth for the rest of this year.
Any questions to that? I think this is a practicality speaking kind of thing. Hoali?
So what would that look like? Does that mean that we don't make a motion and to approve it, or do we have to amend it? What does that look like?
So I think you would just make a new motion. You've already approved the process, and that's fine. You would just make a motion to have the new process implemented in the next school year.
Okay, cool.
I would love to hear Dottie's input on this before we go forward. I'm not in opposition, but I'd love to hear what Dottie says first.
And Dottie did reach out to me that she wasn't able to be here tonight. I think the hesitation I have about waiting is just that we are already behind schedule, which is sort of why we're in this position in the first place, because we are behind schedule. And so implementation of the new process with the time it takes and the time constraints we're on is going to be difficult this year, but we can really be ahead of it and on top of it and do it well next year. If we wait now, then we're just putting the whole process about 2 more weeks behind. Probably not the worst thing in the world, but I do think that for some practicality sake, there's some value to this recommendation. Any other comments to this? I would entertain a motion.
So I'm happy to make that motion. It sounds like what Christine's asking is for us to, I move that we put in place our new student board member process, starting for the school year August 2022-2023.
No,
I think it's
it could be the
2021.
21-22 school year.
Yeah.
It's just not this school year.
No,
Well, your board member would be appointed for that, but the process would go in place next year.
Right, it would go in place, but yet you're not, what you're saying, okay, so hang on a second. The process would go in place, but it's not going to be implemented until until next spring.
Well, the process would be for gathering a student board.
For gathering a committee and all of that.
Yeah, and for submitting the recommendation would be next year, 21-22. And then you would have a board member put in place pursuant to those new procedures for the 22-23 school year.
No.
Well, that's my recommendation.
Okay,
so
wait.
For this,
So I'm confused for a second, because right now what we're doing is for asking Horizonte to put forward a name, and that person would serve for the school year 2021 to 2022 in the spring, right?
Correct.
And so then this new process with the committee and everything would be implemented and started, but we wouldn't have that process actually until the following school year. That spring.
We would do the process next year in that school year.
We're saying the same thing.
We're saying the same thing.
Yeah, we are. We're saying the same thing.
Right, but I would like the new process to be in place and start next school year.
Yes, for next school year. But the person would serve for the 22-23 year.
Correct.
We're saying the same thing. We just,
the same thing.
Okay, so the motion would be that the process would be, Christina goes offline because she's tired. She's tired of us. Okay, so the motion would actually be to implement for this following spring, the new process, right?
Mm-hmm.
No.
We're really starting early enough to get it done. So whenever we need to start implementing.
Okay,
well,
you guys, I'm going to withdraw the motion and you guys do it.
I'll make the motion. I move that we implement the board policy B1 for the academic school year of 2021 to 2022.
Yep. The guidelines for the student board member. So that it's
or
not
the guidelines within the policy, board policy B1.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. The motion is that we implement the guidelines for board policy B1 referring to the student board member in the school year of 2021-22. Motion and second. Do I have any more discussion? Catherine, do you have a comment? No? Any other discussion to that motion? Superintendent?
Did you mean to also add the addition of some extended time for this year?
Yes. Let's do that as a second. Let's just do that as a second motion. How about? So we've got a motion and a second on the table to implement the board policy B1 guidelines referring to the student board member in the 2021-2022 school year. Let's go ahead and vote. We'll just go around and vote.
Wille, yes.
Jenny's not here.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Hey, Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, so that motion passes. Now I would entertain a motion that we give this year's policy an additional timeline to additional time to submit a student board member, maybe an extra month. Christina, does that sound fair? Maybe Becky, you could answer that as well. Okay,
My
you're still there.
understanding is that that's great.
Okay.
1 month.
So I would entertain a motion that we give the process 1 extra month for implementation this year.
So moved.
Do I have a second? So the motion's made by Nate and seconded by Christy. Do we have any discussion to that motion? Catherine? Sorry, I keep seeing your mic go off. So any other discussion to that? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
Huele, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, everyone. It's late, so we still have left on our agenda board member report, superintendent's report. Does anybody have anything really pressing they want to talk about, or can we defer that to the next time? We actually need to take a motion to enter into a closed executive session for a few minutes before we adjourn this meeting. So no, you can't, Christy. But superintendent.
The only thing I'd like to add is that there was a question earlier about child nutrition and serving food over spring break, and we will have student meals served on Monday through Thursday of spring break.
Thank you for that, Superintendent. I appreciate that information. All right, I would entertain a motion to enter a closed executive session for the purpose of discussing property.
I move that we move into a closed executive session to discuss personnel or discussion of property today, March 2nd, 2021 at 10:37 p.m.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion to that motion? Let's go ahead and vote.
Huele, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Mohammed, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, thank you. We will now close this meeting. So thank you everyone who's been participating on the Zoom with us tonight. We appreciate your time, and thank you, and we will see you soon. And as soon as we get everybody, say goodbye to everybody, we will convene our closed executive session. Goodbye and thank you, everyone.